Uh, what's happening? What's cracking? How's everybody doing, man? How's everybody doing, man? How art thou? That's all right, man. We gonna get it cracking. We don't need no alerts, man. We don't need no alerts. We don't need no alerts. Y'all know what time it is. If you Ock Nation, you know what time it is, man. You don't need no alert, man. You know where we at. You know you know where the building at. You know where the damn building at. You need alert for. Come on down to the buildings. We got a great show planned for you guys tonight, man. Shout out to S Freak, man. S Freak getting the ball rolling, man. He says salute. What's happening? Shout out to you, man. Um, ain't nothing, man. Ain't nothing. Just in here on a good Friday night. Friday shows be nice, man, for some reason, man. I think because everybody happy it's the weekend, man. Friday shows be some of the best shows, man. Friday shows be some of the best shows. Let's get it cracking, man. Let's get it cracking. Let's see what's going on out here, man. In the stand, man. Everybody hit that like button, man, so that the algorithm can go up. Yeah, we about to do the Walmart shooting right now, man. We about to do the Walmart shooting right now, man.
People are dead. Another one is hurt this morning after a shooting that spanned two different locations in Newton County.
Police say a man opened fire at a Walmart in Covington, then went to a nearby neighborhood and shot a woman to death. Atlanta News First Joshua Skinner is live off of Emerson Trail. So this is where things ended, Joshua, and you actually got a chance to speak with one of the victim's moms.
Yes, we did, and we'll get to what she had to say about what happened here on Emerson Trail at the second scene in just a second. But this all began about a mile to our east at a Walmart where police say just before 2 a.m. a Walmart employee walked out of the store, got a gun, then came back into the store and shot an employee. And then on the way out of the store, he shot a second employee. Now, one of those victims has died. Police have not identified which person has lived and which person died. That alleged shooter then came to where we are now on Emerson Trail. It's just about a mile down the road where another Walmart employee was. Multiple family members have identified her as 19-year-old Akila Clark. She lived here, according to her mother, lived here with her sister and her mother. And when that alleged shooter came here, this is what her mother said happened next.
So apparently he kicked the door in. He made it upstairs and he kicked my bed. She ran in my room. He closed the bedroom door. Akila closed the bedroom door and he shot through the bedroom door, and then he kicked in my bedroom door. That opened up and he applied about 7 to 8 shots in front of me.
Wow. She's holding it together for having just seen that, man. Shock, man. The human response to that shock is it helps you. It helps you survive, man. Seeing gruesome things, man. Shock is a natural evolutionary response, man. It keeps you from processing these horrific things, man. Uh, that would probably be too much for you to handle. Wow, that's deep, man. That was horrible, horrible. This is a love triangle, man. This is a work love triangle, man. Them girls at work, man, they be having you, they be having you sprung, man. Then they like somebody else. Then they want to date somebody else, and you can't let go. Homie crashed all the way out. It doesn't say anything about he killed himself though. It doesn't say no. Yeah, Deluxe he crashed out, but it doesn't say that he killed himself, which is telling me, you know what I mean. Of course, that's a Sun Man. Sun Man gonna go do that time. He gonna go do that time standing on his head. You heard me? Press 1.
Came here. This is what her mother said happened next.
So apparently he kicked the door in. He made it upstairs and he kicked my bed. She ran in my room. He closed the bedroom door. Akila closed the bedroom door and he shot through the bedroom door, and then he kicked in my bedroom door. That opened up and he applied about 7 to 8 shots in front of me.
And the mother there, Samantha Clark, says that the alleged shooter did not say anything after that incident. The alleged shooter then left here, got on I-20, and was actually apprehended about 160 miles away off I-20 in Aiken, South Carolina. We're told that happened very quickly, within a few hours, because of work with flock cameras and the multiple agencies that were involved. We don't know if there was any other relationship between the alleged shooter and any of the victims, other than that they were all Walmart employees. Reporting live in Covington, Joshua Skinner, Atlanta News.
Damn, that's a love triangle, man. That sounds a lot like a love triangle to me, man. Here goes the
Questions to start out with?
You just want to give us their name, the victims' names, the suspect, conditions.
All right, you want to go through the whole thing that happened again this morning? Or you just want the names and stuff?
Yeah, I think a recap, if you can give us some insight as to what you know, any new developments that you've learned in this investigation.
Okay. Just reiterating from this morning, approximately 1:30 Newton County deputies responded to the Walmart here behind us in reference to a person shot when they...
So 1:30, that's the overnight crew. That's not even the employees that you see when you go in the store. These are the employees that are stocking the shelves, unloading the trucks. So it'll be a lot of these people be in the store when you think the store is closed, they're in there. And there's a lot of relationships that go on in that world. It's like their own little world. The overnight crew. You ever heard the term work husband or work wife? A lot of that go on the overnight crew.
entered inside. They located 2 gentlemen with gunshot wounds. The one gentleman was deceased. One was in critical condition. And then another call came in of another person shot over on Emerson Trail. What the investigation revealed was that Mr. Uda, which is going to be the shooter, was inside the store. All 3 of them are employees.
Mr. Uda is an African, man.
employees. Mr. Uda left the store, retrieved a handgun, re-entered the store, located a Mr. Khalif Barksdale, age 21 of Covington, and shot that gentleman. He then went up a couple more aisles. He located Ryan Bradley, age 29 of Covington, and shot that gentleman. Mr. Uda then left, went to a house on Emerson Trail, forced entry into the house, located a female whose name is Akila Clark, age 19, and shot her. From what we can understand is all four of them were employees here at Walmart. All four of them are acquaintances. Mr. Uda then left the scene, went I-20 eastbound towards Aiken, South Carolina, where he pulled over onto the side of the road. Newton County deputies happened to locate a phone number for him and was talking to him on the phone. He pulled off to the side of the road. They negotiated that he was going to turn himself in. When Aiken, South Carolina Sheriff's Office and South Carolina State Patrol located the gentleman, he then shot himself. Mr. Uda is currently in a hospital in Augusta in critical condition. Ryan Bradley is currently in the local hospital in critical condition.
What is the first and last name of Mr. Uda?
Mr. Uda is
First and last name spelling, please.
Dwayne, D-W-A-Y-N-E, Uda, E-D-U-H.
And what was his role here? Do you know what he did at Walmart?
From what we understand, all of them were employees here at Walmart.
You talked about them being acquaintances.
We
What was the
we
relationship?
don't know a motive at this time.
So what was the relationship?
They're
Is it
just
the
all
love triangle?
I know is that they were acquaintances and they all worked here at Walmart.
We're hearing that there might have been some sort of altercation between the people inside this Walmart. What can you tell us about that?
We have not heard anything about an altercation at this time. It's like I say, as you can understand, it's still a very active investigation. We got 3 different scenes that we're working at this time.
Where did Mr. Uda shoot himself? Where did Mr. Uda shoot himself?
In his car?
No, but where on his body?
I have no idea.
The mother of the young girl who was shot said he shot at her 6, 7, 8 times, and she said that he didn't point the gun at anyone else. He knew what he was coming for. How premeditated was this, or did this?
I can't comment on that.
Have you contacted Walmart about any?
Still an active investigation, man. He can't comment on all that. You say Stockton? Say Stockton, Irish Goon, say Stockton, man. They turning up in Stockton, man. We gonna go to Stockton, man. Shout out to everybody out there, man. Everyone smash that like button, man. So we know these are sons, man. Look at sons acting a goddamn fool, man. Sons acting a goddamn fool out here already. And talking about, oh yeah, that's the poll I wanted to do, man. Today, man. Look at this poll. Let me do this poll, man. Do this poll, man. Shout out to everybody out there, man. Everybody in the building, man. I gotta do this poll, man. It's very important, man. Let me see, man. Okay, here we go. Everyone hit the like button, man. All right, man. Make sure you take the poll, man. There we go. All right, let's see what's going on here in Stockton, man.
We continue to follow breaking news in Stockton. Police are investigating a shooting, and we have Live Copter 3 over the scene right now. And you can see they have some streets blocked off with police vehicles at this time after they are looking for not only casings, but trying to figure out what happened at Charter Way and Lincoln Street in Stockton. Definitely want to avoid this area.
Yeah, it's all happening near MLK Jr. Boulevard and Lincoln Street, and that's where we find KCRA3's Anahita Jafari. Anahita, what are you learning?
Good evening, Lisa Curtis. We are at the intersection of Lincoln Street and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, where Stockton police did confirm there has been a shooting. There is a lot of police tape closing off parts of the street around the area. MLK Boulevard is closed westbound along with one lane eastbound. There is broken glass shattered on the ground in front of Frontline Barber Shop, and that's the barber shop you're looking at right now. We also see blood on the ground, so we know.
Okay, barbershop, a shooting at a barbershop. I never heard of a shooting at the hair cuttery, man. So I'm assuming these some sons, man. These some sons, man.
No, at least one person was hurt, whether that's from the glass or bullets. We have not been able to confirm. We counted more than 50 bullet casings scattered around the front of the store, which is where you're looking. Edison High School is right up the street, and in the past hour, we're seeing a lot of students walking around here. We spoke to one student who says she was walking near here and heard at least 15 gunshots. Stockton police just told me they believe some victims were also self-transporting in a car. I'm going to shift your attention to the right, and now you're looking at Lincoln Street. This whole street has been blocked off with both its lanes closed off as well. It's right around the corner from the barber shop, and as we zoom in, you can see a police car and police tape up at the end of the street. Now, at this point, Stockton police say that there have been no deaths at this point. For now, I'm live in Stockton. Anahita Jafari, KCRA3.
A bunch of people shot, no deaths. Definitely the work of sons, man. Definitely the work of sons. See the Fox affiliate. No deaths.
Stockton police are calling this a...
This looks like a different shooting, is it? Let me see.
Stockton police are calling this a targeted shootout. Officers responded to reports of gunfire just after 10 p.m. near San Joaquin and Lafayette streets. When officers arrived, they found two 17-year-old males with gunshot wounds. Both were rushed to the hospital, where one of the teens sadly died from his injuries. San Joaquin County Medical Examiner has identified the 17-year-old killed as Isaac Aroman Quintoa, a Stockton resident. This marks Stockton's 9th homicide of the year, down from 14 homicides during the same period last year. The department says the decrease doesn't make incidents like Wednesday's any less concerning.
So actually, this is our third 17-year-old that's been deceased as a result of gunfire this year alone. And so it's alarming. Any number is alarming. It doesn't appear to be like a random act of violence. It appears to have been targeted. So there's no threat to the community at this point.
So far, no suspects have been identified. Stockton Police Department is asking with anybody with information to come forward. In Stockton, covering local news that matters, Christina Bautista, Fox 40 News.
Damn, motherfuckers getting whacked out in Stockton. I think that was an on burrito though. What's going on here, man?
Just into the newsroom, we've learned the man accused of shooting an off-duty Jacksonville corrections officer is a step closer to returning to Jacksonville.
Damn, man, why y'all always killing white people, man? Y'all kill a lot of white people to be complaining about why can't we kill white people if they ask us to leave or they put up their hands on us? If a white person that's basically the national discourse. Man, how come I can't kill a white person if they put their hands on me? Well, nigga, y'all kill plenty of white people. Okay? Plenty of white people, man. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. You only gonna get this truth here, man. Smash. As Freak says, night shift workers are just built differently. Trust me, I've worked overnight before. You already know what time it is. You know what time it is, as Freak. Luis Barrow says, I predict that by 2026, Aqua will run out of material because sons will become law-abiding citizens as tigers. Aqua Channel will become about car repair. Oh, man. Oh, man. Don't bank on it, man. Do not bank on it, man. Sons are fixed, man. Speaking of, the only thing I can say about car repair is that sons are fixed. They ain't changing. They are fixed. They are okay. They is not changing. They can't change, man. Shout out to Louis Barrow, man. Killed this white man, man.
Just into the newsroom, we've learned the man accused of shooting an off-duty Jacksonville corrections officer is a step closer to returning to Jacksonville. Tomorrow marks 6 months since Brad McNew was killed while intervening during a domestic dispute at a Northside gas station. In January, a grand jury indicted this man, Demaria Grant, with first-degree murder. Later this afternoon, we were contacted by the state attorney's office, a spokesperson telling us that Grant's extradition hearing was held this week. News4JAX anchor.
Never get in the middle of a son man and a son woman's beef. A son woman probably deserve it. Whatever she getting, she probably deserve it, man. Whatever the son woman getting, she probably deserve it, man. All that damn mouth. All that damn attitude. You don't know how long that son man been putting up with that attitude before he snapped. That son man could have been putting up with that attitude for months, years, and just snapped. Let's so I would if I was you, man, and I saw a son man and a son woman arguing, if you want to get involved, if you feel like you want to help the son woman, you have a cell phone, right? This is your cell phone, right? Take this and press 911. Okay? Take this and press 911. Okay? Take that and press 911. Okay? You don't necessarily have to call the police in front of the son man like, hey, I'm calling the police on you. You can go in your car, you can dip into a store, you can dip around the corner and call 911 and tell them what you're seeing. You don't have to physically get involved in the son man's beef with his woman. That's not going to end well. Anyone who you can't tell to leave somewhere, think about this, guys. Now, let's be honest. If you can't tell a person that he has to leave somewhere, hey, bro, we're closing down. You gotta leave. Hey, bro, you violated the policy. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. Any person that you can't ask to leave somewhere, you probably don't want to get in between a situation with him and his lady. Press 1.
Held this week. News4JAX anchor Ashley Harding spoke with our crime and safety analyst about why the process has taken so long.
Corrections officer Brad McNew was shot and killed 6 months ago, but his accused killer has yet to face a local judge for the crime. But when that time comes, McNew's family will be there. His widow Elda told me so last year.
Every minute that man is in the Duval County courtroom, I'm sitting there staring him down.
But when exactly that happens remains to be seen. Demoria Grant was on parole in North Carolina at the time of McNew's murder. Last November, a sergeant with the Gaston County Sheriff's Office told me in an email he was served with a parole warrant the same time that he was served with the extradition for your agency. Current North Carolina prison records show Grant is being housed at the Granville Correctional Institute, with the primary charge being assault with a deadly weapon on government officers and employees. It also says his projected release date is this coming July, and his last movement date is April 10th, which was yesterday's date. News4JAX crime and safety analyst Tom Hackney has seen this time and time again, but says a lot is happening behind the scenes.
That local charges, that's really the speed bump in this whole thing. But yeah, those two jurisdictions absolutely are talking, because the state here has to know what their plans are. So they're working towards being ready for trial or whatever they're going to do. They need to know when that's going to happen. And the talks between them are probably cordial, but you know, the state attorney's office here wants their person.
Given McNew's years working at the Duval County Jail, I asked Hackney if that'll be a factor once Grant is returned to Jacksonville. Does it seem likely or not likely that he'll need to be housed somewhere else?
That would be a point of consideration for the state to deal with. St. Johns County or Baker County or Clay County may step up and be willing to hold and house that inmate. Just for you want clarity, you want transparency, and you don't want to have anything that could be a question come along.
Friday afternoon, Sheriff T.K. Waters released a statement saying he has faith in the extradition process. He also said, "I believe in the rule of law and our criminal justice system, and I have faith that justice delayed will not be justice denied. Officer McNew remains a hero to me and this agency. As always, our thoughts and prayers remain with the McNew family members as they navigate their grief." In Jacksonville, Ashley Harding, Channel 4, the local station.
The woman Demaria Grant was arguing with in the parking lot, Michaela Huggins, pleaded guilty last week to accessory after the fact.
You heard that? The chick who this white man tried to help pleaded guilty to accessory after the fact, meaning she helped this son man evade justice after that white man came and you sacrifice his one life to get in the middle of an argument with her and her son man. She then helped this son man and is being charged for it.
Jacksonville, Ashley Harding, Channel 4, the local station.
The woman Demaria Grant was arguing with in the parking lot, Michaela Huggins, pleaded guilty last week to accessory after the fact.
Wow.
Well, police have identified the adult suspect they've been looking for in the shooting of a 13-year-old boy in King Sessing. Keith Holmes has a warrant for aggravated assault and other offenses tonight. The 43-year-old is accused of shooting the teenager twice in the stomach last evening. Action reporter John Paul is live at police headquarters with the latest on the manhunt. John.
Yeah, Rick, they identified that suspect this morning and they put out his mugshot, hoping to find the man who's been on the run since last night. This is the man police say shot a 13-year-old boy just before 7 Thursday night. 43-year-old Keith Holmes is wanted for aggravated assault after what police say unfolded here on the 2000 block of South 57th Street in front of the suspect's home. Neighbors tell us the whole thing started because a group of kids was stomping on this newly paved patch in front of the suspect's house. They say Holmes and his teenage son.
I mean, goddamn, man. That's so disrespectful, man. Now that shit gonna set like this, you're gonna be tripping up when you walk on your. This guy, who knows if this guy paid for this or if the city paid for it. But to come out there in front of someone's house and just do this, nigger children are the worst, man. Press 1. Little black kids do the They're just so annoying. And then they want to kill you. And I'm sure if he came out there and asked these kids to stop, they threatened violence. I guarantee you. I guarantee you. And this guy came out there and say, hey, man, the concrete that's setting in front of my house, could you please stop stomping on it? And I bet you they were like, all right, we'll be back. We're going to come back and kill you later on. And you have to take those types of threats seriously when they come from black children or black teens, because they will kill you. That's not bored. That's malicious, man. That's ruining someone's property. Yeah, they may have been bored, but that's ruining someone's property, because once that concrete sets with all those shoe marks in it and all them holes in it and gashes in it, that's a safety hazard. Kids can't play on that. If you got kids, your kids can't play out there.
Thursday night. 43-year-old Keith Holmes is wanted for aggravated assault after what police say unfolded here on the 2000 block of South 57th Street in front of the suspect's home. Neighbors tell us the whole thing started because a group of kids was stomping on this newly paved patch in front of the suspect's house. They say Holmes and his teenage son confronted the group and a fight started. At some point, police say Holmes fired a gun, hitting a 13-year-old victim twice in the stomach.
It's senseless. I don't feel bad for that 13-year-old kid whatsoever. Whatsoever. I don't feel sorry for none of them kids. Fuck them kids. Black children are always starting shit with adults, always behaving in a manner that's almost mind-boggling. So you're outside of this guy's house, stomping on wet concrete. They have cones around it. They probably had tape blocking it off. He comes outside with his son, confronts you, and you want to fight him for that. And you want to fight him for confronting you about that. You such a bad motherfucker. You such a bad motherfucker that even when you wrong, can't nobody tell you about it. You such a bad motherfucker that even when you wrong, can't nobody tell you about it. Shout out to IA. He said Tim Pool has secret meetings with Benjamin. Yeah, we talked about that last night. You such a bad motherfucker that even when you dead wrong, you don't want to hear about it. And you fucking 13. You 13. And your whole posture is, yeah, so what? I destroyed your property. You ain't gotta come out here yelling like you ain't got who the fuck you ain't gotta come out here raising your voice at me. What's all that, cuz? What's all that bass in your voice, cuz? You're ruining my properties. So what? You ain't had to say it like that. And these 13-year-olds. Imagine what they're going to be like when they're 17 if they live that long. These are the people Tim Pool gets his Tim Pool gets his protocol from, man. These are the people Tim Pool look to for how to behave in public. $13 years old. Destroying property in the middle of the day. And you can't even say nothing to them. Because if you do, you got to fight this 13-year-old or this bunch of 13-year-olds or this gang of 13-year-olds. And here's the thing. I'm going to tell you straight up. If this shit didn't end like this, let's just say the father and the son came out and fought them. Let's just say the father and the son came out and fought them. Them kids was coming back to shoot that place up later on because they know where they live at. They know where them people live at now. So they was coming back to shoot that shit up later on. I gotta go give my wife some water right quick, man. I'm gonna let y'all. I'm gonna leave y'all with this. I'll be right back.
In terms of the Arab merchants moving into the community,
I'll be right
there's
back.
a strong insensitivity on the part of these merchants, inasmuch as they know little or nothing about the community, and they don't seem to be really concerned about the community and the situations that address the community.
If there is a store, he's a man trying to make a living. What difference does it make if he's an Arab or he's black?
Good evening, I'm John Calloway, and welcome to Chicago Tonight. One of the awful truths of our lives is that poor people in big cities often pay relatively higher prices for food, housing, and services that better off people who could easily afford to pay those higher prices. It isn't enough to be poor. You get to get gouged on top of it. But those who demand the higher prices of the poor will tell you that they are not gouging them. They say they are passing along to them the higher costs of doing business in high crime, high insurance rate areas of the city. So it seems to be a no-win situation. And sometimes it spills over into inter-ethnic conflict, such as the historic tension between Jewish store owners and landlords who continued doing business in black ghetto areas long after most other whites had moved out in the early or mid-1960s. This month, a race relations periodical called the Chicago Reporter published a lead article entitled "Captive Grocery Market Pits Blacks Against Arabs." We felt that the article raised questions that deserve further public discussion and debate, and we will have that discussion and debate right after this background report from Chicago Tonight correspondent Royal Kennedy.
It's the Rock in the building. Khalid, Ramel, Terrell in the house. Yes. Live from United States, Brooklyn, New York, it's your boy. Young. The nephews is in the house. As soon as the beat drop, we got the streets locked overseas. A Punjabi MC in the rock. I came to see the mommies in the spot. On the count of three, drop your body like it's hot. 1, young, 2, you. 1, 2, 3, young Hoser. Snake charmer, move your body like a snake, mama. Make me wanna put the snake on ya. I'm on my 8th summer, still hot. Young's the 8th wonder. All I do is get bread, yeah. I take wonder. I take one of your chicks straight from under your armpit. The black Brad Pitt. I'm at till 6 in the a.m. All day I'm P-I-M-P. I am simply attached to the track like simply. It's simply good. Young Ho, infinitely hood. OC in your
Well, police have identified the adult suspect they've been looking for in the shooting of a 13-year-old boy in Kingsessing. Keith Holmes has a warrant for aggravated assault and other offenses tonight. The 43-year-old is accused of shooting the teenager twice in the stomach last evening. Action News reporter John Paul is live at police headquarters with the latest on the manhunt. John.
Yeah, Rick, they identified that suspect this morning and they put out his mugshot, hoping to find the man who's been on the run since last night. This is the man police say shot a 13-year-old boy just before 7 Thursday night. 43-year-old Keith.
This is the man, this is the photograph of a man who was in his house minding his motherfucking business. Get it right, y'all. This is the photo of a man who was sitting in his fucking house minding his goddamn motherfucking business when some little niggers came and fucking started destroying his property. Press 1. Andy Armour says, "Sons, please leave us alone. We are sorry for the 17th century and 18th century and the 19th century and also the 20th century." Oh, shit. Y'all want to give a GoFundMe? Man, if this nigga had a GoFundMe, I would put some money on it. This is the GoFundMe black people should get behind. Black people would never give this nigga a dime in the GoFundMe. This nigga ain't do nothing wrong, man. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong.
Police have identified the adult suspect they've been looking for in the shooting of a 13-year-old boy in Kingsessing. Keith Holmes has a warrant for aggravated assault and other offenses tonight. The 43-year-old is accused of shooting the teenager twice in the stomach last evening. Action News reporter John Paul is live at police headquarters with the latest on the manhunt. John.
Yeah, Rick, they identified that suspect this morning and they put out his mugshot, hoping to find the man who's been on the run since last night. This is the man police say shot a 13-year-old boy just before 7 Thursday night. 43-year-old Keith Holmes is wanted for aggravated assault after what police say unfolded here on the 2000 block of South 57th Street in front of the suspect's home. Neighbors tell us the whole thing started because a group of kids was stomping on this newly paved patch in front of the suspect's house. They say Holmes and his teenage son confronted the group and a fight started. At some point, police say Holmes fired a gun, hitting a 13-year-old victim twice in the stomach.
It's senseless. You know, it's always senseless violence. There's always another way.
Today, representatives with Eddie's House, an anti-violence group, went door to door to talk to neighbors about this shooting and hopefully prevent more violence.
Our main focus is...
Yo, this nigga skirt sagging, man. Yo, let me find out, man. What's that thing called, the thob? Is that called the thob? The thing they wear, the thing the Muslims wear? How the fuck that shit sagging, man? The fuck?
Door to door to talk to neighbors about this shooting and hopefully prevent more violence.
Our main focus is to try to stop the violence in the communities and let them know about the resources that are out here to help them.
Meanwhile, police continue their search for Holmes, who they say ran from the scene after the shooting. A shooting that left this community shaken.
It's our community. It's our community. We gotta learn to love each other, learn to work with each other, learn to talk things out.
That nigga couldn't talk nothing out with them kids. That nigga couldn't came out there and talk nothing out with those kids. It ain't no kids. I don't know no kids that man could have came out and talked their things out with without letting them embarrass him in front of his son, without letting them take his manhood. You gotta let these little niggas take your manhood in order to talk something out, and they still gonna spit on you as they walking away.
A 13-year-old boy was shot. He is in serious condition over at Children's Hospital right now. So this was on the 1700 block of Fraser Street about 6:30 last night. So that's the King Sessing neighborhood. So what happened is these kids are having a fight. And for whatever reason, an adult comes outside. Police say a 45-year-old man comes out and shoots the child. And then the adult runs away. He's still on the loose. Here's some new details on a horrible case of a deadly stab.
Hear the way they reporting this shit? See the way they reporting this shit? Look how they reporting this shit on this other channel. Look how they reporting this shit. The kids always got to make the little black kids look innocent.
A 13-year-old boy was shot. He is in serious condition over at Children's Hospital right now. So this was on the 1700 block of Fraser Street about 6:30 last night. So that's the King Sessing neighborhood. So what happened is these kids are having a fight. And for whatever reason, an adult comes outside. Police say a 45-year-old man comes out and shoots the child. And then the adult runs away. He's still on the loose. Here's some new details on a horrible case of a deadly stabbing of a young woman. She was found wrapped in a futon. You remember this one? Her name is Ulysses Carolina Torrillas Martinez. Was found wrapped in sheets in a shower curtain and then put in a futon with stab wounds all over her neck and body. This was the scene of where she was found, the 4400 block of Frankfurt Avenue on Saturday. Her friends and family were very concerned because nobody had seen her, and then police found her. They had a vigil for her on Sunday night, coming together to pray and talk about her. Police say no one had heard from her since April 2nd.
Northeast Detective Division started a missing person investigation. They met with the friends to interview them.
Jeez, man. Oh, here goes some good news. Shout out to Andy Armour, man. Salute to Louis Barrow. He says, going to come to PA and tell Aki gotta leave. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. I'm still a Sun man, man.
Two Mercer County police officers involved in a deadly shooting last year will not face charges. It happened in March of last year as officers Derek Fiabane and Paul Piramali responded to a domestic call on Orchard Avenue in Hamilton. Investigators say 44-year-old Vincent Correa was armed with a rifle and exchanged gunfire with the two officers, hitting one of them multiple times. Correa died at the scene. The officer was taken to the hospital and survived. The New Jersey Attorney General's office announcing the state grand jury's decision today. A bad fire at a commercial building in Camden. Flames breaking out just after 7 this morning on the 1100 block of South Broadway in a building next to Harry's Plumbing and Heating Services. It is unclear if the building was vacant. Investigators say the flames started on the first and second floor with the roof eventually collapsing. It took crews about a half hour to contain the flames. One firefighter was hurt. More than 36 people charged with illegal gambling offenses across New Jersey after a 2-year investigation by New Jersey State Police. New Jersey's District Attorney Matthew Platkin says the arrests include a Prospect Park councilman and members of the Lucchese crime family. Law enforcement officials serving warrants on Wednesday at 12 different locations throughout New Jersey. They say they discovered illegal backroom poker games and businesses storing illegal gambling machines.
These arrests are the result of an extensive and methodical 2-year investigation into a sophisticated illegal gambling operation tied to the Lucchese crime family. And all told, the investigation resulted in the identification of over $3 million in suspected criminal proceeds.
Police say several of the people charged managed illegal poker games and online gambling activities. They've been charged with racketeering, illegal gambling offenses, and money laundering. The Philadelphia Health Department is warning about 2 possible measles exposures in our area. Health officials say the patient was exposed while traveling abroad and is not connected with the outbreak in the West. Now, the first location is at the Pennsylvania Hospital Emergency Department on Spruce Street. The health department says exposure may have occurred between 3:55 and 11:20 Sunday night. The second location is in Montgomery County. Health officials say the possible exposure there is at the Holy Redeemer Hospital Emergency Department on Huntington Pike. It happened on Tuesday between 6 and 9:45 p.m. Anyone who was either at those locations during those dates and times or develops measles-like symptoms should contact their doctor immediately.
Man,
Stolen car.
Can we get 200 likes so I can drop the link, man? We should be able to get 200 likes really fast, man. That should be light work, man. 200 likes should be light work. That should be light work, man. Everyone smash that like button, man. 200 likes should be light work. All it takes is everybody hit the like button. Let me check out that poll, man. Let me look at that. Let me size up that poll, man. Wow. That's crazy, man. Y'all going bananas on that poll. Jeez. That's how y'all really feel, man? Tell me how y'all really feel. As Freak says, sons today make the clan of yesteryear look like little schoolboys going on a Sunday picnic. Press 1. Facts.
A chain of dangerous crimes, though, followed. Stolen car. A chain of dangerous crimes, though, followed, crossing state lines. Tonight, Fox 2's Taylor Harris reports how a single car theft spiraled into back-to-back armed carjackings and left police racing to stop a group of bold and dangerous suspects.
I spoke with St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department and Cahokia Heights Police Department, who confirmed that 2 carjackings and 1 car theft are connected. The 1 car theft happened in Cahokia Heights, Illinois, and the 2 carjackings took place in the city of St. Louis. So far, police have 1 suspect in custody. Take a look. Surveillance video shows 2 suspects holding a man at gunpoint outside his maroon Dodge Charger. One of them is wearing a white backpack with a shark mouth graphic. Police say this all started on April 6. A Hyundai Santa Fe was stolen from East 5th Street in Cahokia Heights. The suspects drove the stolen car into St. Louis, where they committed 2 carjackings, one involving a Dodge Charger, the next a Chrysler. Then on April 7th in Cahokia Heights, Erica McGee says she and her son were targeted at their morning bus stop.
A maroon Charger pulls up in front of us like they the police, and they just hopped out and put these guns on the side with my baby in his face.
But I was about to almost cry because we almost saw a car. Then my mama started crying.
Erica says one.
And we talking about Carmelo Anthony, and whoever Carmelo Anthony is going to get charged with murder or it's going to be self-defense. And why people always judging black teens. I bet that Austin Metcalf kid, he didn't want Carmelo over there just because of all the fucking crime that follows these little black fucking teenagers, man. Austin was like, get this sun turd away from us before somebody come and shoot at him and hit one of us. Press 1.
Charger, the next at Chrysler. Then on April 7th in Cahokia Heights, Erica McGee says she and her son were targeted at their morning bus stop.
A maroon Charger pulls up in front of us like they the police, and they just hopped out and put these guns on the side with my baby in his face.
But I was about to almost cry because we almost saw a car. Then my mama started crying.
Erica says one suspect pointed a gun at her son, another at her windshield. She grabbed her child and ran. Hours later, her stolen car was found near an apartment complex, damaged and missing a tire. She now has no transportation, no car key, and insurance will not cover the tow.
Now that this happened, it just kind of put me in a financial debt because I literally don't have any money to get it.
See what I'm saying? Even when you have insurance, these fuckers still ruin your fucking week or your month because a lot of people don't understand how insurance works. Just because somebody steals your car and wraps it around a lamppost doesn't mean that you get a fucking new car the next day. Okay?
Complex, damaged and missing a tire. She now has no transportation, no car key, and insurance will not cover the tow.
Now that this happened, it just kind of put me in a financial debt because I literally don't have any money to get it out.
Cahokia Heights police say these suspects also robbed a student at a nearby bus stop, stealing a phone and a Chromebook.
I can confirm to you that a 17-year-old from Cahokia Heights was arrested by St. Louis Metropolitan Police officers in connection to a section of these crimes, but we are still looking for the additional 2 people.
Why he look like a trans man? Hey, man, what we really need is to prosecute these little fuckers. Arresting them has never been the problem. They get arrested over and over again. Prosecute these little fuckers. These are serious crimes, man. Sticking guns in kids' faces, robbing people at gun. These crimes are so serious. They've done, sons have done so much carjacking, teen sons over the last 5-6 years that they've actually made it to where it's almost not seen as a serious crime. Putting a gun in somebody's face and demanding their car is a very serious, very dangerous crime. Ask Linda Fricky.
People, including that one individual that was wearing a very distinct looking backpack.
Police say all crimes happen within hours of each other, involving the same suspect in maroon Dodge Charger. The search for the others continues.
We will throw the full weight of this police department into finding you and making sure that the juvenile court system holds you accountable.
If you recognize the suspects or have any tips, call Crime Stoppers immediately. There is now a GoFundMe in place for carjacking victim Erica McGee, as she is a single mother now pleading for help to get her son to school and to continue her own education. If you would like to donate, please visit fox2now.com. Reporting in Dallas.
Yeah, man, that woman, man, that's fucked up what they did to that woman, man. That's fucked up what they did to that woman, man. So they tell you to visit fox2now.com. But then they don't tell you on this page, they don't tell you what the fucking link is to the GoFundMe. This shit crazy, man. Let me see if I can find it. Damn, they make it hard to find this woman's GoFundMe. This shit is crazy, man. Wow. And I still couldn't find it. I found an article, I still couldn't find it. That's crazy. What was the point of doing a story on her if you can't gonna put her fucking GoFundMe in the description box? Um, wow. Um, Salute to that mom, man. I know she's gonna have a rough couple months because of those damn apes that set her back and shit. Um, Salute to Nick Chow, man. Nick Chow in the building, man. He says, "Yo, you got the best polls on the two. Make another poll so everybody in the chat can bungee jump on it expeditiously, big." Oh man, yikes! These people.
Well, we have more breaking news for you tonight out of Syracuse. Some officers involved in a video you're about to see will likely face internal discipline and retraining for policy violations. That's according to the Syracuse police chief. Although tonight, police have not yet said exactly what those officers did wrong.
This action happened yesterday afternoon, captured on video that went viral on social media. Before the use of force, not shown on this video, the police...
What was he supposed to do? I mean, they probably asked that teen several times, back the fuck up. Back the fuck up. Yo. This is bullshit, man.
Happened yesterday afternoon, captured on video that went viral on social media. Before the use of force, not shown on this video, the police chief, Joe Cecil, says these two were stopped for a traffic violation and neither of the men had a driver's license. So the police had to tow the car. From there, officers ended up placing the men in handcuffs, claiming that one of them made offensive and hostile comments while ignoring directions to keep his hands visible. With paperwork complete, officers removed the cuffs. That's when they say one of the men spat on them, resulting in the takedowns that are seen on the video with what are described by the chief as controlled strikes. Our Connor White joins us live now with this breaking news, but also hearing from the men involved and their families.
How many likes we got? Fuck that, man. They're so annoying, man. So fucking annoying. Whining about every goddamn thing. Whining about every goddamn thing. Just whining about every fucking thing. Anything happen to anybody black, niggas gotta jump out the closet. Oh man.
And right now, breaking news is first this afternoon. Your news leader has learned that a 2-year-old child has died after a shooting in Orange Mound. WREG's Jarita Patterson is on the scene, and she brings us the latest.
Alex, happening in just the last 5 minutes, we had a source reach out to tell us that that 2-year-old did not survive. Folks, it's happening in the middle of this Orange Mound community in the middle of the afternoon. Let's take a look at this scene together. You're talking about dozens of evidence markers. We're at Josephine Street at Carnes Avenue. There's about a block or maybe 2 blocks that have been roped off. A dozen plus officers are out here. We're talking about uniformed as well as plainclothes detectives. But take a look at the evidence markers. Those are usually indicative of how many shots were fired. So you can understand the gravity of what happened here. There is a home on the corner. We could see police coming and going, really focusing their attention on those who are actually coming out of that Orange Mound house. But once more, folks, we have been told by someone very familiar and close to this case that that 2-year-old sadly did not survive. I can also tell you that source is telling us this may have been, operative word, this may have been a drive-by shooting. As you would imagine, we are still working to get more information. I can tell you top brass is out here with Memphis police, so we are waiting to hear from them at any moment. My colleague Raven Copeland is here. She's working. She's aggressively working.
How much shit niggas is doing the weekend just started. Look how much shit niggas is doing the weekend just started. And I ain't even looking for this shit. This just the algorithm. I haven't gone to no city looking for no shit. This is just the algorithm. Look how much shit niggas have done. Is doing killing kids, shooting kids, shooting their co-workers at Walmart. The nigga in Philly, I'm gonna give him a break for shooting the kid. Because I feel like the kid deserved it in the Philly one. But look at all the shit that's going on, and we get to still go in front of the world and whine and cry about racism. And complain that we can't just kill people, stab people in the heart when they offend us. We literally crying. Our biggest beef is that we can't stab people in the heart when they offend us or piss us off.
To say to gather more information. I had the chance also to speak briefly with a woman who identified herself as the aunt of that child, and she was distraught, as you would imagine, telling us it didn't look good. When she received that phone call, she rushed over here, and at last word, things weren't looking good. And once more, that source reaching out to tell us the 2-year-old child sadly did not survive. Once more, this is breaking news. This all happened around 1 o'clock. So we're only about 2 hours into this investigation. Still a lot of questions. Unfortunately, there are a lot of answers that we are still searching for. And of course, as we learn that information, you will be the first to know, both on air and online. Once more, take a look at this scene. Upwards of 50, if I'm not mistaken, evidence markers. This area roped off, so you cannot access this. We have both the uniformed as well as plainclothes detectives. And we've also seen several homicide detectives, which of course is never a good scene. Of course, we'll keep you updated the moment we learn more. Reporting for your news leader in Orange Mound.
Jeez. How many likes we got, man? How many likes we got?
10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
From WRE. That's crazy. Listen what they got to tell these niggas in this nigga town on the news. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your fucking kids are?
$10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?
From WREG in Memphis, this is News Channel 3 at 10.
Updating breaking news tonight at 10. A family is in mourning after a 2-year-old boy is shot and killed in Orange Mound this afternoon. Hello, I'm Greg Hurst. Stephanie is off tonight. No one has been arrested in this deadly shooting. WRG's Raven Copeland spoke with the family's aunt, who says this is the second time her family has lost a loved one to gun violence at this home.
This little boy was outside playing with his uncle, and he got hit.
He got hit.
That's crazy, man. Jeez, man. It leaves you speechless, man.
This little boy was outside playing with his uncle, and he got hit. He got hit. He gone.
A woman tells WREG senseless gun violence cut her 2-year-old nephew's life short Friday afternoon. Memphis police received a call about a shooting in the 700 block of Josephine Street. But at this point, they don't know who fired the shots or why. The child was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, where he sadly died from his injuries. Dozens of evidence markers paint a picture of the tragedy that unfolded in this Orange Mound neighborhood.
Enough is enough, to be honest. Enough is enough. Something needs to stop. Something needs to happen right now. It's enough. It's senseless. It really is. His life been cut at the age of 2 already. For what?
Brittany Marshall, the victim's aunt, says this is the second family member she's lost to gun violence at this home. Memphis police have not said where the shooting happened, but WREG saw detectives inside and outside of a residence. Marshall says crime and gun violence happens often in this community, and something needs to be done about it.
Like I say, they walk around here with these big guns all the time. It don't nobody do anything. Cops or nobody to me. I'm afraid to come through here. I'm going to be honest with you.
Friday's shooting.
You can blame the Republicans on that, man. One thing, this is the Republicans' fault. This is the constitutional carry. Permitless carry. You can't have that in black areas. You can't have constitutional carry in black areas. They're already trying to put an ordinance, a proposal, and a referendum they voted on it. 80% of the people said they want to get rid of constitutional carry in Memphis. 80%. Who remembers when we did that video? 80% of the people in Memphis want to get rid of constitutional carry. But the Republicans in the state legislature, they're on their Second Amendment shit, and I get it. Yeah, everybody can have 1,000 guns in a white area, and it'll never be a shooting. But niggas, we don't have the prerequisite gratification deferment, etc., to be walking around with Draco sticking out of our waistband.
Afraid to come through here. I'm going to be honest with you.
Friday's shooting happened a day after a teen was shot at a Southeast Memphis park.
What we are asking our community for, we need your help. We must stop this senseless gun violence in our community. We must pull together in our community to protect our children.
Reporting from Orange Mound, for your news leader, Raven Copeland, WR.
Look at all the cops. All the cops are black. All the cops are black.
Our community to protect our children.
Reporting from Orange Mound, for your news leader, Raven Copeland, WREG, News Channel.
Wow. Wow. How many likes we got, man? How many likes we got? How many likes we got? Come on, guys. Let's get these last 25 likes so I can drop the link, man. Everybody hit the like button right now, man. Who has it, man? So we can get this, so we can drop this link. Only the people who haven't hit it. The people who have yet to hit the like button, if all of y'all hit it that are watching right now, we can get the 25 likes in like no time. Yeah, man. Are we there yet? Come on. I tell you, man.
A 16-year-old stood before a judge this afternoon answering charges he shot another teenager in the head at a Southeast Memphis park. That shooting victim remains in the hospital tonight. The shooting, which prompted a lockdown at Overton High School, started with a fight near the community center, and then it ended with that gunfire. Tonight, Harrison Klopp, the newest member of the News Channel 3 team, has more.
It's a story that the city of Memphis is all too familiar with. Teen crime. And after a teenage girl was shot and left in critical condition right here next to Overton High School, local parents are expressing their concerns.
There's a lot of crime still going on, so we don't go to the park that often.
This is a different shooting. Look at all these shootings that are happening in the same 24-hour period in these Sun cities, in these Sun neighborhoods. Just the endless conveyor belt of shooting victims.
There's a lot of crime still going on, so we don't go to the park that often. If people start getting hold to their children a little better, then I think the city will be a lot better when it comes to a lot of crime going on.
And Jaleesa is right. There is a lot of juvenile crime going on. Your news leader reported recently on a 14-year-old boy shot in South Memphis. He was found at the same place 3 other teens were shot in December. Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy says teen crime is a problem and one that he hopes the Memphis community can come together and overcome.
You got to be concerned. I mean, what is it about their environment that allows them at such a young age to pick up a gun and be part of that culture? And I think it's, it's the parents, it's our culture, it's social media, it's economics and.
Hey, Juice Crew guy, it's DNA, man. It's DNA, man. All that stuff you mentioned doesn't help. But at what point are we going to just tell the truth, man? Why aren't all the kids doing this? Why aren't all the kids shooting up shit? Why aren't all the kids like murdering people? 300-400 people a year in one city. And you mean to tell me ain't no poor white people in Memphis? Huh?
demographics. It's the parents. It's our culture. It's social media. It's economics and demographics. It's our court system. There's a lot that we can point fingers at, but the idea is we have to all be working together to intervene early on before these kids turn bad, and to make sure they understand that there's another way.
From Southeast Memphis, I'm Harrison Klopp for your news leader, WREG News Channel.
Wow.
Family members of a man shot and killed during a fight on Beale Street last year will have to wait a little bit longer to learn the convicted shooter's fate. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Greg Hurst. Stephanie is off tonight. Corvary Rogers was scheduled to be sentenced this morning, but that case was reset. He was found guilty of killing Damian Hawkins Sr. WREG's Quimitra Wilborn explains how Hawkins' family is preparing for the final court hearing.
There is a giant hole in my heart for my husband.
Charloris Isabel Hawkins is undergoing a pain that no one wants to endure. The man she called her gentle giant, Damian Hawkins Sr., was killed on Beale Street 1 year ago. She says they had just celebrated 16 years of marriage.
Wow.
This has been a journey I wouldn't wish on anyone.
Quaver Rogers was found guilty of voluntary manslaughter. He was originally charged with second-degree murder. Hawkins says her husband was killed while trying to break up a fight in front of the now closed.
Oh, Lord. Tried to break up a fight. Jeez. In Memphis, where all these niggas is walking around with Dracos and shit. Ugh. He was right in the midst of action. He was right in the thick of it. He was breaking the fight up.
Jerry Lee Lewis Cafe and Honky Tonk.
He stood for, if you see something, that's not right, to correct it. And that's what he was trying to do. He saw a fight that wasn't right.
She says he died that night.
Then when I got to Regional 1, the trauma surgeon told me that there was too much damage to his heart and that he passed.
Rogers was scheduled to be sentenced Friday morning, but his case was reset. Hawkins says she is fully prepared to stand before her husband's convicted killer and tell him about the man she loved, the man she says was a devoted father, brother, son, and grandfather.
That's a lot of lives that he has impacted with his terrible and deadly decision.
Hawkins says even though she may never truly heal from the death of her gentle giant, she will continue moving forward.
I will never get over it, but I will get to the other side of it. I have to keep going.
Reporting for your news leader, Quimitra Wilborn, WREG.
Wow. What's going on?
Not much, man. How you doing?
What's up, y'all?
Ain't nothing.
Yo, you're hell on the Sun Man, bro. You're to the Sun Man what the Sun Man is to the elderly.
Oh, man. That's not good for the Sun Man.
Hey, they say he's trying to break up a fight, but more accurately, it's he's trying to step in between two people who are trying to kill each other.
Right.
I mean, same thing, but he's trying to stop a murder.
Maybe he was suicidal, and he saw a window.
Right.
Maybe he got tired of his wife after being together for 16 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, this is my chance.
I'm telling you. Seize the moment.
This'll do it for sure.
Oh, yeah. Man.
But we know what that song word would say, if only he hadn't gotten in the way. Now I'm in prison because he he tried to break up the fight. If he didn't try to break up the fight, I wouldn't have had to kill him.
That's true. That's exactly what they're gonna say. That's exactly what they're gonna say. In his mind, in
Yeah.
his mind, that's what he's thinking. And if he's even if somebody says, yeah, like he's rehabilitated one day, or down the line they say, yeah, he's turning he's turned his life around.
He's found Allah.
He still think that like it's the guy's fault. If that nigga wouldn't have never jumped in there, I wouldn't have had to shoot him.
Man, oh man, that's wild. No solutions, right?
Golly, man. Doesn't appear to be any solutions. Let's see the Twitter, man. This is the type of shit people, the Negroes, what he's acting up on Twitter.
Police, put your hands up! Put your hands up!
Oh no, not the phone.
What did the doctor say? We're waiting. Fuck, man, you were there. Yes, I was there. I was training a rookie cop, white kid, man.
Which one of you sons of bitches shot my husband? He was a good man.
This is
You're
like
supposed to be a good cop, huh?
it's like race porn.
Right. Shout out to her though. She fine though.
Yeah, so
It's like they make the black cop the competent one. That's like
Right.
the furthest thing from the truth.
Wow.
Kid, man.
Which one of you sons of bitches shot my husband? He was a good man.
It was an
You're supposed to be a good cop, huh?
and why she sound like that?
I'm gonna
Yeah, deep
bury the
voice.
son of a bitch and these white officers killing us, getting away with it.
Everybody's saying it's justified. And they're saying his cell phone looked like a gun.
Bullshit, it's because he's a black man.
No, it doesn't.
I'm gonna file a motion to get that body cam footage in the morning.
Okay, well, let's just handle the funeral first. You need to get the hell out of here, you understand me?
You think this is appropriate? The white officer murdered my husband, and this is his funeral. You want to spread the word? Spread the word that
White
no
devil.
black man is safe in this city. None. Get out of here.
Got your soundbite, right? Now get the hell out of here. Go!
She's not wrong.
They're not safe in this city because of Sunmen.
Because the son man. He got that right.
Yeah, she's right.
You could say that again, sister. Yo, this clip was fucking awesome though. Like from beginning to the end.
Yeah, I want to watch it again, man. That was
It was
it
good.
was so bad that it was
Police, put your hands up! Put your hands up!
It is a nice touch.
What did the doctor say? We're waiting. Fuck, man, you were there. Yes, I was there. I was training a rookie cop, white kid, man.
Which one of you sons of bitches shot my husband? He was a good man.
It was an accident.
You're supposed to be a good cop, huh?
Why gotta be a
I'm
white
gonna
doctor?
bury
though?
the son of a bitch and these white officers killing us, getting away with it.
Everybody's saying it's justified. And they're saying his cell phone looked like a gun.
Bullshit, it's because he's a black man.
No, it doesn't.
I'm gonna file a motion to get that body cam footage in the morning.
Okay, well, let's just handle the funeral first. You need to get the hell out of here, you understand me?
You think this is appropriate? The white officer murdered my husband, and this is his funeral. You want to spread the word? Spread the word that no black man is safe in this city. None. Get out of here.
Got your soundbite, right? Now get the hell out of here. Go!
Jesus Christ.
They eat that shit up, don't they?
Yeah, they do. They eat that shit right up. They don't no chewing.
Yikes.
Look, I gotta say again, Chief. No solution.
Wow. Let's see what this sister talking about.
Uh-oh.
Nice though.
Unpopular opinion. A lot of women be tone policing and to avoid taking accountability and having real conversations with their man. Basically, anytime something that he says doesn't align with what she's saying and how she's feeling and how she's moving and or acting, she's going to be like, why are you talking to me like that? And he's like, hold on, baby, I'm not talking to you no kind of way. I was just trying to say X, Y, Z. And she's like, no, but you were talking to me like da 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 da. And now the whole conversation turns into a how he was speaking to you instead of actually what he was saying. Now, make no mistake, fellas, I'm not telling you it's okay to call your woman out her name, disrespect her, yell at her, curse her out, any of those things. Always be respectful whenever you're speaking to your partner. But what I am saying is sometimes we got to focus on the message and not how it's being said. Make sure that you understand that there's a little bit deeper meaning whenever your partner has a little bit more emotion with the way that they're speaking and they're passionate about something, and stop trying to police how they're going to say every little bitty thing to you just because you don't like what they're saying.
Hey, listen, that's why I say don't get in between a son man and a son woman domestic event, because that sister might have deserved that shit.
Right, right.
Fuck that, man. Wow.
Yo, I told you about the one time when I was, long story short, right, Chief? I was a kid, right? I was like 14, 13, right? And I saw this son man beating the dog shit out of the sister, right? But the thing was, he was a huge son man, a big boy, right? The sister was even bigger than me. You know, I was like a little skinny kid, right? He was beating the dog shit out of her, Chief. So I called 911, right? I got a busy phone, but
Man,
I couldn't help her. She probably,
nah.
nah. They would have jumped on me. She would have helped him jump on me.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. But she probably deserved that shit, man. Who knows, man?
When I tell you he was beating her down the street like on like several parked cars. He was like rolling on them. She was just beating her, Chief. It was bad.
How'd you get here?
The same.
Uber, bus, train, what?
I don't want to tell you that.
All right, so you guys want him off? Yeah. Okay. All right, so obviously you can't stay here.
I'm not staying here. I'm waiting to leave.
How long till your ride's here?
I don't know. I don't have my phone on me.
Look, the issue here is you can't be on this property. They don't want you on this property.
Oh, you ain't gonna tell me that though.
I'm telling you right now.
Uh-oh.
All right, that's cool.
So you have to wait for your ride somewhere else.
The mall's across the street. I can bring you over there. There's a bus stop. And you can wait there for the bus.
Nah, my ride already on their way.
It's even awkward to give him a ride, man. Sound like nice class.
Sorry. How long soon? Because like I said, they don't want you to stay here, so you got to leave.
Right.
All right, I heard you.
All right. Right now you have to leave.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. If you don't leave, you will be called for arrest.
No, I don't. I didn't do nothing. I'm waiting.
They don't want you here. They just said they don't want you.
I'm out of exit door, waiting to leave.
Do you not understand you can't be on this property?
All right, I heard you.
He doesn't understand.
Let's start making our way either out this way or out the front entrance.
No, he's coming out. I work with him. He's my manager.
Why are you going to make this harder than what it is? It's literally as simple as you just leaving, and then we'll all be on our ways. But you can't stay here.
No, I'm good, sir. All right, I heard you already.
So let's go.
You heard us, but you're not listening.
I'm about to leave.
Okay, so let's go. Let's leave.
No. All right, y'all can go that way and I'll go this way.
All right, stand up. Stand up.
Let's go.
Are you touching me?
Stand up, sir.
Let's go.
Stand up.
Stop touching me.
Let's go.
All right. Stand up.
You leaving or no?
Does this guy look like he's afraid of the cops? No, he's not. You know what I mean? There goes their whole fucking narrative.
How'd you get here?
Press 1.
I hope that son man is okay. You know how the cops be doing the brothers. He probably
This
swinging
is the
from a tree as we
pilot.
speak.
This the pilot that crashed that helicopter into the Hudson River yesterday. It says pilot in Hudson River crash has been identified. Somebody got to mute themselves. You got a lot going on in the background. Was identified as Navy SEAL veteran Sean Johnson. Hey, somebody got to mute themselves. Somebody got a lot of noise going on in the back.
If you can hear it, we can hear you.
Yeah. Just days before the tragedy, Johnson posted a video of him flying to his Facebook account. Johnson had recently moved to New York City to further his aviation career. Okay. Nice guy. Wanted to become a pilot. Sounds good, man. What could go wrong other than that he crashed the helicopter into the Hudson River? That brother's dead, man. Plane helicopter crash. Let's see this throwback.
I remember this.
Ooh, personal foul there against Platt.
Kewan Platt was tossed from the game
Woo!
for that cheap shot. He's now suspended from the team and barred from campus. Just minutes left, and Nichols freshman Nate Tenaglia takes a three-point shot and makes it. But then, out of nowhere, a Fitchburg State player knocks
What a
him to the
piece of
ground
shit.
with an elbow to the face.
Ooh, personal foul there against Platt.
Kewan Platt was tossed from the game for that cheap shot. He's now suspended from the team and barred from campus. Just minutes left, and Nichols freshman Nate Tenaglia takes a three-point shot and makes it. But then, out of nowhere, a Fitchburg State player knocks him to the ground with an elbow to the face.
Ooh, personal foul there against Platt.
Kewan Platt was tossed from the game for that cheap shot. He's now suspended from the team and barred from campus. Just minutes.
Jesus Christ.
Man, the gliders really fucked up, not picking their own cotton, huh?
I'm telling you, man. Jesus Christ. That was a shiver. That was a forearm shiver to the nose.
Right there.
My nigga Duka is the legend. Duka is the fake legend. I ain't gonna lie, Duka is 23, like 2300. Like, that is Duka. I ain't gonna lie, look, that shit tattooed on my face. Look, you feel me? Look, you gonna see 2300, like that's 23. Man. Duka is the fake. You feel me? Duka on my, you feel me? Long live Boo Butter too, man.
Long live the goat, y'all know, man.
That's the goat, you feel me?
Long live Boo Butter, long live Boo Butter.
Yeah, long live the gas, man. So you know.
Out here, what is something that you're grateful for that, you know, growing up out here?
Life.
Ain't the one girl looking for you?
This shit taught me how to survive.
If you could start over, would you come back here? Or would you go somewhere else?
I want to change shit up. This shit made me.
Oh yeah, get that.
What you do, man? What you do to him? What you do? My nigga Duka, the legend.
What does the post say at? Because I saw this video with an interesting post, which says,
wise words from a local legend.
The one I saw says something along the lines of giving these guys like trade worker or like investment is gonna help them. Them right there are hopeless.
They don't want none of that shit. All that shit you trying to give them, they don't want that shit. That shit corny. Let's see this one. Jesus, man. Make sure you take the poll too.
Acting like you're skinny as f***, ugly as f***, looking like a dog.
Look at you working at Burger King, getting minimum wage.
Right.
I get $60,000 a year. Right. You can never get my wage. Right. You work at Burger King.
God, I wish I was you. I wish I was
I'm waiting for the gas. $60,000 a year. Want me to pull out my bank statement? Yes.
It sounds like she's possessed.
You're not recording already.
Your voice is strange.
You can't fat.
Okay, bye. Stupid, bye.
She said she makes 60. She said she makes 68.
Yeah,
60, yeah.
She's
60,000.
She's
DEI
tripping.
higher, probably.
Jesus Christ. That's absolutely crazy. Let's see what this sister does.
I want to talk to Caucasian people.
I want to talk to Caucasian people. What happened to that?
We don't want to talk to you.
Oh.
Yeah, you got nothing to say, bitch.
Oh shit! I just lost it. Where was it? Dang.
Free Carmelo.
Yeah. And there's a lot of sisters saying that shit. Oh my god. Here we go.
I want to talk to Caucasian people. Why is it that y'all think y'all have the right to do all the shit that y'all have done on this earth, and y'all never check your own behaviors? But then you feel like nobody else has the right to defend themselves from the shit that y'all do. Y'all make excuses, y'all ignore facts, and y'all do the shit on purpose and deliberately because you think that you just that damn superior, that you get to do whatever the fuck you want to do on this earth and can't nobody stand up to you. You have a superiority complex problem. You have a hate and a racism problem. And y'all teach that shit to your kids. And then you pass it down as your legacy, and you're proud of it. You raise your children to think that they could go on planet Earth and go around and fuck with people that don't look like them. Because you got them thinking that they're the god of this earth or some shit like y'all forefathers see. Them days is over with. Them days is over with. Y'all can hang y'all damn cleats up with that shit. You not running shit anymore. When y'all gonna quit trying to act like we could just be friends? It's not gonna happen. And I'm not speaking about individual Caucasian people. I'm talking about the people collectively. It's FAFO season for y'all asses from here on out until you start checking your own hateful ass racist behavior and get y'all shit together.
If you don't like us, then go back to Africa. Like, you got like how many countries majority black, but you don't want to live there? Am I right? Press 1.
She wouldn't dare.
You know, I thought she was spitting. Whenever I'm driving, I'm worried about Gladys.
Damn, that was quick. Good thing you're here, Wicked.
Yo, did I fall asleep?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, his eyes are closing everything. He's dipping.
Oh man. Yo,
Call him.
I thought she was spitting though, this sister. Whenever I'm driving around, man, I'm looking for the gliders. I don't want to get hurt, you know? I know how you gliders are with your violence, with your rampant sporadic violence. But everything she was saying though, she was projecting though. As far as teaching the kids about racism and being ignorant.
I'm laughing over here. I feel bad for this woman.
What do you mean?
Well, she doesn't stand a chance.
Man, you know you're smashing, dude. There he is. Man, you were out
I
for an
want to
hour,
talk to
chief.
Caucasian.
Man, that chick, man, she was talking. I couldn't. Anyway, man, let's move on. This
Pantheon's in the back.
You were dreaming
oh
about that sister or what?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what I was doing, man. You interrupted that, man. I'm gonna have to get back to that after the show goes off. But this this one said fast food restaurant worker dad of one survives being shot in the face by twin sisters after they complained about $3 hamburger missing from their order. I remember this story from a few years back. I think it was somewhere in Ohio. This is the crazy story, man. They see white people are starting to bring these stories back up. Um, when you see, that because of what's going on with Carmelo Anthony and Austin. Um, wow, wow. 6 years. 6 years. Somebody involved with this case got 6 years. That's crazy. George Webb. Yeah, that's what it is. George Webb. Let me see if I can find this story. This story was crazy. Yeah, here it is.
Have you done
Yeah.
that one segment you do out where about gliders getting killed by sunmen?
You talking about
Yeah, like the months. Have you done
yeah.
that lately?
No, you talking about the gun memorial game.
No, no, no. There's like a website that you go to that covers all the gliders killed in a month, in a given month by
Yeah,
sunmen.
yeah, yeah.
Have you done that lately?
No, I haven't done that in a while, man. But we're gonna get to that. We're gonna have to get to that. This story right here, we get to that. Everybody hit the like button. Support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chat. Hit the like button. Irish Goon says, "Here's a donation for Octa to stay awake for the next 5 minutes." All right, man. I gotta dig in, man. Now, man, I gotta.
Pressure's on.
Yeah. Let me see if I can stay up, man. Let me see this one.
The sisters accused of shooting a George Webb employee in the face have now been appointed private attorneys at the expense of the county. That decision was made this morning in court. Brianna and Brianna Johnson have been charged with first-degree intentional homicide. Investigators say back in January, the two women were arguing with a George Webb employee because their food was just taking too long. After being asked to leave the establishment, investigators say they returned, beating up and shooting that employee, who still is recovering today. Now, the women have sat in jail without an appointed counsel.
I don't think we have ever seen a situation where we've had such a significant shortage of lawyers. I would say historically, we might find a case or two where we were struggling to find a lawyer, but nothing like what we're seeing today.
It's unfortunate for you. This shouldn't have taken 2 months. It's unfortunate for the taxpayers of Milwaukee County.
Now, since private counsel will be appointed, this is going to cost the state more money, actually the county, which is taxpayers, to cover the trial for both of these sisters.
These sisters. Yo, but we gotta hear about Karen's though. But we can't touch this one though. This is the one that should be talked about, not the stupid ass Karens.
Well, in fairness, sounds like they didn't get their food at all. So, what'd you expect?
Yo, is that out again?
Nah, I'm just listening.
Milwaukee woman will spend the next decade of her life behind bars for shooting a George Webb employee.
It was all over a food dispute. Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez was in the courtroom where video of this shooting was played for the judge.
It's been just over 1 year since a dispute over food escalated to gun violence inside a George Webb restaurant in Wauwatosa.
Having to watch my family experience almost losing me is heartbreaking.
Anthony Rodriguez was working when he was shot in the face by Brianna
She's
Johnson
smiling.
of Milwaukee.
She's smirking. She's smirking. Look at her.
When he was shot in the face by Brianna Johnson of Milwaukee, he underwent a painful recovery.
Really heartbreaking to me that I was almost taken away from my son.
During Thursday's sentencing, Johnson's attorney argued she was handed the gun during the...
Look, all these people looking. Who behaves like this in public? Like, they don't care that people are watching, people are eating. They mad about something, so they're gonna assault somebody. These are the same people who everybody's fighting for their right to stab you in the heart if you piss them off. America's literally having a public conversation about, hey, do these sons get to stab you in the heart if you took one of them off or not? That's the public discussion we're having, man. And it's up to Texas to show us the way. Texas, however this Texas ruling goes, this is going to be pivotal in the conversation of whether sons get to stab you in the heart if you tick them off.
if it doesn't smell,
You got your mic's your mic's jacked up, Joe.
It's bad.
You're all over the place.
You might want to go out and come back in, man. And this white guy right here, he, you got to call the police, man. Now they're gonna come back later if you call the police because they're gonna be mad that you called the police on them. They'll come back later, but at least you have some relief, man, for right now.
What hypothetically, what happens if he pulls out a gun first and says, "Hey, you bitches better back up"? What happens then?
He's fucked. If he's a permit carrier, if he's a concealed carrier or has a permit, if he pulls out that gun, man,
Well, let's say he can't get in trouble. He's totally justified to threaten them with a weapon because he is.
Yeah, we'd hear if he was to do that, we'd hear those very same sisters go in front of the news cameras talking about because of our black skin he did that.
yeah,
Facts.
yep, and they be victims. Yep, and they be dressed different. Yep, and some lawyer, some bow tie lawyer would be up there with them, and they be talking about George Webb, this
Yeah.
restaurant, as if it was a person. They be talking about the restaurant as if the restaurant was a person.
Right. Yo,
Time and time again, George Webb has shown the community that it doesn't care about black people.
right, shut it down.
We need justice from George Webb.
Speaking of a bow tie Sunman lawyer, where's Ben Crump at? This is like a perfect Ben Crump moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm shocked he has his little fucking his big fucking milk dud head out there. That's crazy. But I haven't seen him in a while either. Even before this, I haven't seen him in like a year. Since that lady got
He's
burned,
probably exhausted.
Burned the cop. Yeah, that's true.
He probably busy counting his money. He got bad money, man.
The dispute and Milwaukee. He underwent a painful recovery.
Really heartbreaking to me that I was almost taken away from my son.
During Thursday's sentencing, Johnson's attorney argued she was handed the gun during the dispute and never meant to pull the trigger.
It was a horrible, traumatic accident.
Video of the shooting was played out in court. Rodriguez was on the ground when he was being stomped on as the gun goes off.
She has seen the photos of his bloody teeth on the ground.
Johnson apologized to Rodriguez in court.
I'm sorry for the pain I caused. I hope one day I'm able to redeem myself.
Prosecution highlighted how close this was to being a homicide case.
Sometimes we have disputes in our lives, but every dispute we have can't end in gun violence.
The judge handed down a 15-year sentence, 10 years behind bars, and 5 years of extended supervision. Johnson was given credit for time served.
I do feel for her, I really do.
Outside the courtroom, Rodriguez...
Oh, God.
DNA.
I was just about to say the judge was giving words of wisdom that would go out in one ear and come out the other. And then the victim said he forgives her. So it's pointless statements.
Jeez. Everybody.
Also, I know it's a few videos down, but couldn't you tell the Burger King person was a transformer?
The Burger King person?
Yeah, the one saying they make $60,000 and you work at Burger King.
Nah, that looked like a system, man. But
no, that was a transformer.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, no. Some people make the best test cases.
Wow.
No, that was definitely a transformer.
Let go! You didn't let me get my moment, so I want to say my name is Khadijata Diallo, and I'm graduating today. I don't like how you snatched the mic out of my hand, so today is going to be all about me. Drop the mic! Congratulations, girl!
Celebrate narcissism.
No, I remember that was something about it was like she didn't get the credits, so they weren't going to allow her to walk across. There was something like administrative about it.
So she didn't graduate.
Nah,
Yeah,
I
or
think the
something.
lady, they were all supposed to get to say their name in the microphone, and the white lady snatched the microphone from her before she wanted to give a speech. It was like I give you the mic and you say your name and like you in your major. But then the black lady tried to give a speech and shit. Shout out Pookie and Ray Ray and them, and the white lady snatched the mic, and then she snatched the mic back. It was some shit like that. Look at this shit. This is a rapper, black youngster, very violent, very typical rapper. He's from Memphis.
You see me? You look like a rapper now. Yes, sir. Yeah. Wow. It's almost like a workout when I wear it.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm gonna
drop it.
how about the
It'll be okay if it drops. It's okay.
it's
God is good. God is amazing.
Yeah, God is good.
God
God is great.
Golly, I feel like I got a brick hanging around my waist. Look at it. Look at it. You gotta come over looking fella. Come on, young fella. Come on.
Good meeting you. Good meeting you.
You see?
Oh God. Leave the kids out of it, man.
White people, I'm sure they're fascinated by this stuff. Like, oh my God, look at this guy. He's very rich. He's a millionaire. He's a rapper. We don't know what he talks about, but we know he's a rapper. He's accepted. He's on the radio. He's at the award shows.
I don't even think it's that. I just think it's something you'll never come across in your life. You're like, oh, there's a rapper with this massive gold chain. Let me see what it feels like. So, but
Yeah.
as you're saying, it's just a moment of curiosity.
Who's this guy?
And black youngster, and he's not threatened by them. All this talk about how white people are so he wouldn't do this around black people because a black person might try to run off with it, or a black
Might.
person.
Right. I was gonna say what you mean, Mike.
Might.
So what I'm saying is like it's like yeah. I mean let's keep it real. Like every yes, a black might. I want every black person not gonna do it, but he would be. This would be unnecessarily putting his chain in danger.
Yeah, you're asking for it. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's also interesting how he needs Caucasians to just like legitimize himself.
Well, I mean,
Because now he's like, oh look, I'm showing the gliders my chain. Look, oh, we're all smiling for pictures.
Well, he's comfortable. These people are nice. You
Of
gotta.
course.
White people are nice, man. Listen, I live in
Of
a town
course.
where white people are very nice.
Which is why I always say it's a
Yeah, he's
jealousy
happy.
thing from some people more
Yo.
than a hate. It's jealousy more than animosity.
Yo, I can't picture the scenario in my head where I would give a fuck about wearing this guy's chain.
Yeah,
You know?
me neither. Me neither. But yeah, if he was to do this around some black people, like people will call him stupid. The whole comment section like, damn, you stupid as shit. Or if someone had like, let's just say somebody um ran off with his chain and he had to catch him on it was a big fight or a shootout or something, right?
Right.
Half the people in the comment section will be calling him stupid for doing that.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, look, if he were to do this around like tethers who look like like normal people, then yeah, I could see that. But if he does this around real fun words, like the ones that like to call themselves savages,
Yeah.
then yeah, he asking for it.
The ones on Demon Time.
S Freak is in the background.
Okay. Shout out to my man Big Larry. Big Larry in the building, man. Salute to Rudy the Vet Russo. He says, Pantheon, you sexy British goddess, I love you.
Morning, Rudy. I've missed you.
Yo, Stonewall Jackson is watching the Gladiators do this, rolling in his grave.
I'm telling you.
Stonewall was
What
like,
in the
man,
hell
we
is
had him in
this?
chains, and y'all over here wearing their chains?
Jeez. It's not a flattering
This
dance
looks
right
this looks demonic.
here. Yeah.
I like it.
What's going on here? Okay, let's see this. Uh-oh. Some man not happy. He's not kind of on the. It's on a cruise ship.
Good thing they don't let them bring guns on the ship.
Yo, these cruise ships, Suns have completely ruined these. I mean, destroyed them.
Yeah.
This is like the Spirit Airlines of the sea, man. They've
Yeah.
destroyed Carnival Cruise. Their reputation is gone in the gutter.
Hey KB, say you went on a cruise, right? And when you're walking in, you see like a sea of some people. What are you doing?
I'm jumping off. I'm jumping. I'll be lost at sea.
Look at this white guy. He's in the middle of this stuff. I don't know what the
My
fuck he's
God,
doing.
it looks out of place. Like some man.
But he looks adjacent, so
I don't think he looks adjacent.
no, he looks adjacent.
We need to worry about that nigga. We need to worry about that nigga.
All of them.
Even I know from across the Atlantic that Carnival is the ghetto cruise.
Man. No,
Yeah,
no
I've
to
seen
self.
enough videos to know that Carnival is Sun Central.
No to self. Like I didn't know that.
Now this, I don't have a problem with this, man. So I know a lot of people have a problem with this. Her little son, she's like a Instagram thought. She like bounces around, dates different rappers and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
She got kids with a couple of them, right? Um, and she got a big old butt. I'll give her that. She got a big old butt. But her son wanted to have tattoos for his birthday, and these are fake tattoos, and she let him have it.
Nah, I
This
don't
is
fuck
the
with this at
least.
all.
Listen, this is the least harmless shit. If think
Nah.
about it, think about what he's around. His
It
dad is a.
depends.
Yeah, but
You
she
know
could do
whose
that
son?
with
You
her
know whose
kid, but
son that is,
So are
right?
you
You know
cool
whose
with
son that is, right?
tattoos?
That's G Herbo from Chicago. That's his son.
oh yeah, so I'm not surprised. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying, like, is I don't give a fuck if she's doing that with her kid, whatever. But if it was my kid, he's not doing none of this shit. A tattoo on your face, man, I'm
No, but
beating that tattoo off of
it's
you.
it's a
It's a
fake
fake
tattoo.
tattoo. So what? It's still the point still remains that
Well,
we don't do
I
that.
don't think tattoos are preferable. Like, I wouldn't want my kids to get tattoos.
I mean, I got
And
tattoos, I
I'm a
but not on
hypocrite.
my
I did
face.
get a tattoo, but
You get my point, Ugg? Like it's
I
like we
got
don't
you.
do
Yeah,
that.
I got you. I got you. But I'm just saying, like, of all the things that this culture gives us, this is I'm not this is nothing to me.
Okay,
I
yeah, I
think
feel you on that.
let the kid have it. If he's the son of a fucking rapper and shit, she's a fucking thought that dates rappers for professional rapper dater, and like, of course he wants this shit.
Yeah.
Like, of course, this is what he wants to do. Let's keep it real. And denying him on some, like, well, no, it's not right. While she's about to go fuck some rapper like 2 minutes, and his dad's probably gonna be in jail by the end of the year. It's like, come on, man, just let the fucking kid have his fucking tattoos for his birthday if he's been a good kid, if he's been fucking going to school and shit and going to bed on time and shit.
Yeah, but there's the like wash on arm tattoo, which was just like one smiley face that millennials had as children, and then there's the pre-tattoo stencils that she's put all over her son.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
anyway, it's his life. I do agree that it is his lifestyle, but
look, in the
even
grand
you haven't even
scheme,
given him a
this is
chance.
nothing. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
he
it's
could
not.
be
But
flashing a gun, throwing dollar bills around.
I mean, he for sure is doing all that though. Let's be honest.
exactly, but he's not doing no. We're not seeing it. So
I
this
just
is what
clocked
they're
she's the
Right.
showing
one who
us.
was with Diddy. whilst he was doing all his business.
Yeah, if this is what they're showing us, fine. Whatever, man. I'm not torn up about this. Let's see this.
Got a problem? Well, mind your damn business, woman. I raise my damn child the way I want to. Shut up! Shut up! Then I say shut up! You ain't getting no damn car. Shut up! What I said, shut your ass up! Shut up! You're not getting no damn car. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I said shut up!
No shame.
You ain't getting no damn car. Stop partying on yourself. I said shut up! Go to
He
the
probably
party
wants
school.
someone to interfere so he can start
How
fucking
about
with
that?
him.
You better shut it up. You got a problem? Well, mind your damn business, woman. Yeah, mind your damn business. Mind your damn business. How about that? Mind your damn business, lady. Mind your damn business, lady. I raise my damn child the way I want to. Well, mind your damn business.
Karen.
Fuck out of my face. Mind your fucking business. How about you mind your fucking business? Damn car. Shut up!
Just another day.
What I said, shut your
He was
ass up!
He was later arrested and charged with cruelty to children.
Shut up!
Curious first thing. I'm a great father. I love my children.
Yeah, man. Tough love, man. Let's see this one. Okay. Sons of public display. The way we behave in public is just so insane, man.
You fucking hit me in the bike lane.
Faggot!
You alright?
Put your fucking phone down for you get it too. What's wrong with you? You can get it too. You got that up? You can get it too. Put your fucking phone down.
No.
Put your phone down.
I don't want.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but if an Oompa Loompa came to me whilst I was on the road, we'd have a problem.
You fucking hit me.
Jesus Christ. Well, look, meanwhile.
Pick up truck, daddy sweet money done jacked it up. She's a hot little number in her pickup truck, daddy sweet money done jacked it up. She's a party all nighter from South Carolina, a bad mama jammer from down in Alabama. She's a raging Cajun. She's a hot little.
See what happens when there's no diversity, man.
Different.
Wow, that's the football team's dream, man. Whole
Right.
damn football team and a basketball team over there, man.
NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm telling you, man. That's the dream. That's the Sun Man's dream.
Man, that's crazy. Different.
Just
The energy, it's all
yeah,
different,
the
man.
energy. The energy was just different.
It's just crazy act how like we are literally forced to ignore the difference. We're all the same,
Yeah.
dude.
Look at this. Look at what they're putting
We
up
are
here.
punished if we acknowledge it.
This kid was a straight A student, active in his church. They've literally turned him into a bully and like someone worthy of getting, somebody who they've drugged this kid's name through the mud.
Man, some people project like a motherfucker, dude.
And you couldn't say shit about Floyd. If you said something about Floyd, it didn't matter. Nothing about his past mattered. Nothing about any of those motherfuckers' past mattered.
Hey, I know the bar's in hell, but shit, man, I didn't know there was something worse.
It's sad, man. I feel bad for this family. This family hasn't had a time that because they came out the gate right. Hey man, we forgive them. Hey, this is we're gonna have to move on. While we're gonna rest on our faith. They came out the gate saying everything right. If you could script the right thing to do, the right thing to say, that family nailed it every point, and they still ended up here.
Man, man.
That
But
dad was so genuine and thoughtful and what I mean, and just such a nice guy. And the brother who watches whose brother died in his arms, he was so strong and and the mom and just a wonderful family representative. They if that's his family, that kid uh,
yeah,
was a good person. He couldn't have been a
man,
piece of shit if those were his family. And look where we at now.
right. And for this reason, like I hated what the father said. I fucking hate what he said.
Yeah. Everyone continue to hit the like button, man. Continue to support the channel via PayPal, Cash App, or the Super Chat. Um, I don't want to have to lock the doors, man, or draw the drapes, man. Hey, you know what? Matter of fact, deacons, man, close the doors, man, because we need a seed. We need some seeds planted in
Yeah,
here, man.
everybody
To pay
at
money
20.
to
If we
leave.
all put a 20,
Yeah, close the doors, man. Close the
man,
doors, man. Draw the drapes.
this is disgusting, man. Like gliders stuck at racism. Like I see it every day. I'm like, wow, the gliders suck at racism, man. I see some people in so many positions of power.
Yeah. The Home Depot I worked at was like one of these places where everybody's black, except for like maybe like some managers in some important departments. Like some departments where you can't have no nigga being no manager over there, but everybody was pretty much black.
At the Home Depot.
Yeah,
I can't
definitely
even picture
everybody.
what that looks like.
Right, and there was a few on burritos, but that was more over the years they started coming in there. But still, they made up maybe like 10% of the population of the whole store. But everybody was black, and we're not talking about hood boogers. There was probably 10% of the blacks was like from the
Squares.
hood. No, 10% was from the hood. I'm talking about like hood niggas and shit, like
Yeah,
real hood niggas.
savages. Like I'm
A
a
lot of
savage.
them was just regular black people, but regular black people act like this. Like
Damn.
these don't all gotta be like all these girls don't have to be girls that's went to school with Vaseline and razor blades and shit. These just regular black people. I'm not saying that they're fucking high achieving black people because they work at Walmart, but they're just regular blacks that, if they wasn't working here, they'd be working at Target. That type of black person. You know what I'm saying? Regular working class
Yeah.
black. We all know how that's going to end up.
That's one big old woman. Or are those
Let's
like little
see.
kids?
I don't know. It looked like a lot of those places we had, like especially during the holidays and stuff. We had a lot of young people there. It was nothing for us to have 16 and 17-year-olds working there. Part time after school or kids home from college and shit like that. It was a lot of young people that working these jobs. The seasonal work too.
Abuse the court. You cannot do this. I'm dying. What's wrong with you? Do it now. Do it now.
Leave me alone.
Damn tether. See, that ain't us. That ain't the black Americans, man. That's a tether, man. Making black Americans look bad. I'm only half a tether.
You work here?
Yes.
Someone called the police?
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? What's up, man? Her?
I just met him today. Don didn't inform me that he was the manager.
Okay, is he in charge? No.
Don didn't tell me that.
But, are you guys? Hold on.
I just met him today.
Okay, that's fine. But are you guys the only two people here?
Yes.
Yeah. And he's.
This is my break time anyway.
Okay, well, we'll just stay over here. We can hang out back here. That's fine.
How you doing?
I'm sorry.
That's fine. She's been extremely disrespectful. I was like, just go home. She's didn't want to leave, so.
If he's in charge and he's telling you to leave.
I just met him today.
What's her name? I don't even know her name. Can't get her name.
Oh, is this her first day?
It's first day with me, at least. I know I've heard from
What the fuck?
She can be a pain.
Okay.
Hello. Hi, Don.
She's ringing the other manager who has already said she's
only worked here 2 weeks. Okay. So he's definitely the one in charge. Does he not know him? What? Does he know her name?
He's like a manager. He came from another store.
Think about what these cops got to go. Think about this. You go through these types of calls, right? These types of mundane calls, right? And then you adjudicate this situation, right? And then the next call could be some fucking ape, fucking half naked off PCP climbing up a lamppost. You know what I mean? Like, it's so unpredictable what you're gonna walk into when you get that dispatch, that call over the dispatch.
Yeah, they could be done with this stock, and then they gotta go to
store, but I didn't know that. I don't know what's his issue, but he keeps jumping in front of me and jumping to my register, and I told him I didn't like that.
What was she doing?
Put a tourniquet on.
Has to be like, there's an older gentleman, like around 50, 60. He has his ID because he's buying like cigarettes or something. And instead of just scanning the ID, she just hear like, can I hold it in my hands? Can I hold it? He's like, you can't just scan it. It's right here in my hand. Like just scan the card. They just start back and forth and back and forth. I said, just go home because I'm not dealing with it. She already had 4 people walk away. One of them were regulars.
Then he tried to send me home, and I told him I'm not going home unless Don tells me to, because you're not my manager.
Can I talk to you real quick?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Your other employee here, he called us because I guess whatever issue they're having, he wanted. What's your name? He wanted Shaquila to leave for the night. She didn't want to leave, so now we're here.
You're gonna have her go ahead and leave for the day because they're obviously not going to work well.
Okay. We'll explain that to her, and obviously, you'll have to talk to her at a later time, okay?
Okay.
All right, you have a good rest of your night, ma'am.
I'm not done talking. I need to
You can call her back in a few minutes, but at this point, you gotta go, okay? You have to leave for the night. She's gonna contact you again. Maybe you guys can talk about it tomorrow, but she doesn't want you here either. She wants you to go.
She didn't say that.
She just said that to me, that she has to tell you to leave for the night. We're gonna need you to go, okay?
Now she's going to bug the woman.
Can we finish this conversation at a later date? He wants you to go. She's saying you gotta go. Let's just get our stuff and let's just go for the night, okay?
All right, Don. Am I not to return Monday? All right.
We good now?
Very well. No.
I know you're upset, but maybe you need to look for another job, find something else.
You don't have to stand here like I'm a criminal.
I'm not saying like you're a criminal. I'm just waiting for you.
Why do you need to?
Yo, these people are horrible. This is supposed to be the easy
worst.
call. This is supposed to be the easy call. Let this be the easy call for the night.
Okay, Shaquila, you're not going to start arguing with me, okay? I'm just waiting for you to come. Okay.
Stand here like I'm.
They want you to leave.
Okay, and I'm going to leave.
Okay, well, let's go.
We'll leave when they leave. When you leave.
We've been rude to you or any type of way to you? We've been very patient. We've been very patient with you.
Excuse me.
All right, let's go.
Horrible.
And that's exactly how Mr. Texas Stabber was, Camelo. Like
Yeah,
he was a
like
bit more make me, but still the same like delay of just get up and go. Like there's no problem, just move, and then you make the problem with your delay. Because she had a job till she called the woman back.
I would have used force on that sister. Could have took her to the ground.
it-
In a way, now you can understand why shackles were used. But anyway,
it's just so difficult, so just so horrible, just
Yeah, they're very
awful,
difficult.
awful.
Hey, so some people actually like think that a witness statement is when you just go on TikTok and make a video and say you were there.
Right. You should make a video saying you were there and talk about how Carmelo was the aggressor. I seen the whole
Why
thing.
not?
Yeah, people would quote it. They would use that on their video. And when I'm dealing with this Carmelo Anthony thing online, I have to stop because sometimes I get mad and I get pissed off because the people are so stupid, and I have
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
take a step back and I have to be like, wait a second, none of this matters because when it goes to court, it's going to be adjudicated by the law of that state. Nothing what these people saying matters, but it still pisses you off because it's like, oh, they're so awful and stupid that it's
Yeah.
like it almost it's an indictment on our society, and it frustrates you that our society, our culture is so backwards and so deplorable, but you still have to take solace in the fact that these people don't have any power. They haven't made the laws. A lot of the laws they made have just like DI and all that stuff has just been overturned. So it's like the country is going in the right direction. Even though this is happening, overall, if you ignore the mainstream media, CNN and MSNBC, that's going to tell you the sky's falling every day and every single thing Trump does is the worst, is the wrong thing. If you can ignore them and you can realize that, like, yo, this case is going to go straight to court. They're going to look at the law. They're going to look at the evidence. They're not going to look at TikTok videos. They're not going to look at YouTube videos. They're not going to look at none of that shit. They're just going to straight look at the evidence. And this subman is going to go away for a very long time. And uh, that's where you find your peace at.
You know
Uh,
what?
You know?
You
can
know
I ask
what?
you something? Wicked, let me just ask one question.
Yeah.
I know it's kind of a little off topic, but Meg, what do you think about Trump's support for the Juice Crew? Like, even though you're saying like, oh, the country's going the right way and all that stuff, but look at how he fucking kowtows to the Juice Crew like crazy. What do you think about
Everybody
that?
does. Everybody kowtows to them though.
Well, you have to think of it like this too. In the Game of Thrones, you ever did you watch Game of Thrones?
No, but I heard a lot
Some
about
of
it.
it.
Okay, well, sometimes you have to, you know, you're thrust into this. It's not like chess or checkers where you start at a starting point. The game of politics and kings and all that stuff, which Trump is, he's basically a king. You're thrust into whatever situation you are at that point. Okay, and you have to deal with the people, the the pieces to where they're at. You know what I'm saying? You have to deal with everything where it's at, and sometimes you have to work with bad people. Sometimes you have to kill good people. Sometimes you have to drop bombs on innocent people. Ask Barack Obama. Ask a lot of people. Sometimes you have to drop bombs on innocent people. Sometimes you have to work with people who are unsavory characters because they can get your think about the Middle East. The only functional satellite society over there is Israel. Without Israel, that would be a fucking wasteland of fucking desert demons, a constant mismatch, and you wouldn't even be able to draw a map. If you drew a map of the Middle East without Israel being there, the map would change every year. This country would take over that country. This country would break in half. That country would. this country. This country was with that next that piece of that country. That country was these trees with that. That. Europe, Israel is the only thing that keeps that region of the world where you get your main resource, oil, from stable. It's the only thing, and they sucky people, and they're treacherous, and they're underhanded, and they're basically just like fucking devils. But you have to play the game the way it is. Unfortunately, they're the ones that keep that region where all the fucking oil is and all the terrorists are somewhat safe and livable. They're a satellite. They're a base for you over there. And you just use them like that.
The
It
enemy of
is
my
what it
enemy
is.
is my friend.
Yeah, all
This
that shit.
is
Yep, yeah.
They will kill him
this is why
otherwise
our
too.
fates were sealed at the end of World War II. Well, not the end, but by the end of the 1950s, Israel was a state, and we can
End of the
uh,
1940s.
imagine why that happened.
I mean, they would
Yeah.
also kill him if he opposed them too. Yo,
Yeah,
yo,
but
I
those
want to.
those Arabs were also backwards tribes. They came up pretty fast. You got to remember those Arab tribes. If you watch Lawrence of Arabia or you read Lawrence of Arabia, those tribes up until the 1910s and shit, they were just fucking like riding horses and shit and camels and shit. And they don't get me wrong, they're fierce people and they know how to like fight. You know what I'm saying? But they didn't have weapons. They didn't have modern. They weren't modern at all. They were backwards. And um, by the time the 40s come around, they start getting modern. So you kind of do need somebody over there to um, think about this. Okay, would you rather have like the whole South Side of Chicago, or the whole fucking Southeast DC, or the whole North Philly just shut them off, put a fence around them, and let them do their thing? Or would you rather have like a police base over there where you can fucking, you know what I'm saying, uh, at least fucking monitor what they're doing over there? That's the question you got to ask. Because the Middle East is just like a fucking ghetto, a hood. All those people are going to do is fight and kill each
Well,
other.
I would argue that like Syria, for example, they're relatively secular, so you could just make allies with anybody but the Juice Crew.
That's what I'm saying. Like, before the Arab Spring, a lot of these governments were pro US, you know what I mean? Hosni Mubarak, you know what I mean? And Saddam Hussein before he invaded Kuwait, like, like they were Ba'ath Party socialists. So, I mean, like if you just support the right regimes over there, then yeah, you kind of really don't need the Juice Crew. And plus we can kind of, well, yeah, like we still need the
Yeah, but you
royals,
got to
right?
also understand that the Juice Crew's been around forever. So, like, what they're doing is what they've always done. It's not like they're just a new phenomenon. No, I don't think. No, Pantheon is not a snow bunny. Pantheon is a sister, Louis Barrow. Irish Goon
I
says,
don't associate with the term sister.
"Are
Pantheon,
you
are
are
you a
you a,
snow
are you a, are
bunny?
you a, are you a Melungeon?
I did answer Louis in the chat earlier, so I did
Are you a
say
Melungeon or are you a sister
no,
sister?"
no. I have African ancestry, like full.
Okay, so you got a big butt. Okay,
Uh built like a Coke bottle.
yeah, there we go. Yeah, you Nigerian. You got that. You from that Nigerian stock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
yeah,
hear it
yeah,
in your voice.
yeah. Salute to Irish Goon. He says, "Here's to you, Op, every night showing us how much sun suck and cause constant chaos. Thanks again for another week of saving lives." Yeah, man. And listen, man. It's all right there, man. I just try to humanize the sun, man, because the sun, all of this just seems like chimping out. Like they use the term chimping out, but the sun is actually there's a method to it. There's a method to chimping out. Shout out to you, man. Salute to Eric S, man. Eric S, Ock Nation Hall of Famer, coming through once again. Salute to Eric S, man. Also, the healer says, sup, Ock and panel. Did you cover what's happened at Target in Columbia Heights? Nah, I
Another
didn't
mass
know.
shooting?
Let me see. Let me look at that, man.
Yo, real quick, man. I was very interested in and I get that this whole incident in Texas is like filled with anti-glider sentiments, but I was very impressed by the GoFundMe support by some people. What do you make of that?
I think it's not just Sun people. I think it's a lot of like Juice Crew and white liberals. But I think Suns are actually donating uh some stuff, but I think that any movement, BLM, anything that Sons do, the Underground Railroad was a bunch of whites and shit. You know what I'm saying? The just all this
Wow.
most Sun movements, the NAACP was a bunch of Jews and shit. In Melungeons. So it's like I think Sun dollars are overestimated, but Sun support is through the roof for them.
Right, I
And
feel you.
what I think about the Sun support for them, I mean, what else would you think happened? It's the only
Yeah.
thing that could happen.
So what you're saying is you're saying gliders are throwing money at this GoFundMe?
Oh hell
Gliders?
yeah,
That's
hell yeah,
crazy,
white
man.
liberals. White liberals are the yo. Do you understand that they finance all this? Yo, the son can't the son can't own a store, a corner store in his community. You can't a son can't run a fucking corner store. A son can't run a restaurant in his community. The only thing a son can run is a fucking hairdresser or a fucking barbershop. And they're leasing the building. They don't own that building, they lease that building. And it's basically just, hey, cut cut this head. It's $20 to cut this head, or $150 to do these braids. It's very simple transact. There's no SKU numbers. There's not like 40,000 SKU numbers that you have to keep in track of, and you have to keep in track of the books, what's coming in, what's coming out, the shrink, the you know what I'm saying, the theft, the products that are, just come in, fucking gum to fucking roll ups to fucking white teas to candy bars to ice cream. Sons aren't good with that. Sons are good with what kind of cut you want. I want a fade. Okay, that's gonna be $20, $30. You know what I'm saying? Those are the businesses we own in our community. We're not good at that shit. And you see, and we're not good at developing movements. We're not good um, at much of anything but making a big fucking fuss and looting and fucking burning shit down, man.
I second that because the originally started by the Juice Crew, and up until the 1950s, it was all their top guys were Juice Crew. I mean, like Wicked. If you see, look at the protests in 2020. Most of the protesters there were white liberals, especially white women.
Yep.
So
It was like 80-20. 80-20, 80% white people and 20% blacks.
Yeah,
Now
no, I
the
got
yeah.
I got that, but the point you made I didn't think about, but it actually makes sense that it is gliders. I
Yeah.
was under the impression that it was some people, and I was kind of like, it was very confusing because that's not a you don't really see that. But I was thinking it could have been because of the
But
anti-glider
it's the sun
sentiment.
support. It's the sun to support that's urging the gliders who like to stir up trouble and you know what I mean. They season on the Suns. If it wasn't for the Suns, supporting this so much and making it such a big case about it, the gliders and the Jews that like to stir up trouble, they wouldn't see. The Suns are like the honey, or we're like the light, and they're the bugs, and they come around to the light. You know, how bugs come to the light, and it's like so. Yeah, salute to Oats of the Healer, man. Salute to Deluxe 247, aka Cal Ripken. aka the real MVP, coming through once again. Salute to Barry B coming through once again.
I also
Shout
wanted
out
to
to
say, just to add that, is obviously the glider liberals, they hate what Austin and his family represent as well.
right,
So
exactly. I
there's
mean,
also, excuse me, there's also that aspect.
yeah, Texas. They assume that people in Texas are conservative, even though that's like
Yeah.
old
And then I
fucking.
guess even if they relate, if they put themselves back in high school, like Austin and his twin are young, good looking, tall, they're probably the weirdos,
Oh yeah,
obsessed
definitely.
on
Yeah,
Tumblr.
yeah. They probably didn't know what gender they wanted to be and
Yeah.
shit. And here's this strapping young man who's like, you know what I'm saying? Just fucking not only strapping, but he's a 4.0 student, and he hunts with his dad and his brother. Salute to Darren, man. Darren, he said we snuck in when you fell asleep. Shout out to you, Darren. Um, Shout out to you, man. Salute to all y'all, man. Let's see what these people talking about here.
Finally, y'all, a witness came out and made a statement in the Carmelo Anthony case, and I have to let y'all hear this because this is the piece I have been missing, that I have been waiting and waiting and waiting for the witnesses, for the students around the situation to see what happened, and this is what he had to say. Trying to get back to their cars, or this is the witness.
These people are so stupid.
Wouldn't get all extra with it. Dude was sitting up under the tent, right? He was on his phone, right? My daughters was up under the same goddamn tent. Yeah. He's talking about Carmelo. I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity, so I'm watching everything going on around it, because I'm there for my children. So, dude walks up, McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent. He's talking about the twins. Over there. They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude was sitting there on his phone, just trying to get dry. Carmelo was on his phone. One thing went from another. They grabbed this man. Grabbed him. And they tried to punch on dude. Dude went in the bag, and whatever.
The fact a translator is needed for English.
And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened.
All right.
And this woman right here, this is a woman too. This is a woman of the species, and she's advocating for hey.
No, I know, but it's just the fact that she needs to translate what this guy is
Yeah.
saying, and he's speaking English.
So you got to relay the important points.
And with this kid's probably lying. This guy probably wasn't there. Most of the people are lying about this shit. They putting out false. I wouldn't believe anything. I'm just waiting for the police to start making statements about this and start. Um, and the police are doing a good job because they're getting everything right. They're not just jumping out there, hey, this, that, and then having to come retract shit. And they're waiting until they get everything together, and then they're going to make a statement about the fish. And sons are going to be pissed the fuck off because none of this innuendo, what you think, how you felt, man, I shouldn't have to keep your hands to yourself. I shouldn't, man, I shouldn't have Rosa Parks and all this bullshit. None of that's going to be in the police official statement. It's all going to be code 7483/B says that you can't fucking do this. This is how much time you give if
Fuck,
you
what do you
do that.
mean?
You know,
This is a
niggas is gonna.
witness statement.
I wouldn't believe this. I don't believe this for 1 second that that guy was there. Not for,
Wouldn't it be
That's what
some
they
shit if
think.
he? Wouldn't it be some shit if this guy goes to court and he testifies? Like, yeah,
if he goes to
Absolutely
court,
not.
if that guy goes to court and testifies, I hope he gets charged with perjury because they already. Trust me, you can't fool these cops. They've already um, interviewed a lot of people who there. Look
It
at
would
this.
also take 1 hour to listen
this
to him
video
for 5 minutes.
this
Yeah,
video
yeah.
sums up society right now. Like, if you ask me, in a nutshell.
Here's the thing. That
She
is
should be
so. Not
arrested for
only is
that.
this disgusting, yeah, but this is child this is like child porn.
It's indecent exposure, is what it is.
I think we're on a level higher than indecent.
Yeah. And why do they think that's attractive? Just putting your butt in people's faces.
I bet. I
Zero
bet
That's
she
why.
shame.
stink too.
That's why sons need their own spaces, man. This is the exact reason, amongst other things.
Jeez.
Press one.
They don't want that.
Unacceptable.
Jeez. Oh, we did that yesterday. Um, jeez. Um, let me see. Let me back here. I didn't see nothing about Target in Columbia Heights. Also, put it in the back channel. Send it to me. I ain't see nothing about what you was talking about that.
Did you see
All right,
the two
now our
sisters
focus on
beating the
black.
burrito hike in Chicago at the taco joint?
Yeah, we covered that the other day. Yeah, we
Man,
did that.
brutal, man. I would
I'm
see. I would have slapped that fucking smacked that weave off that bitch, man.
gonna drop
Stupid
the video
bitch.
on that tomorrow, man. We covered that yesterday.
All right, now our focus on black maternal health takes us to Prince George's County, which has higher maternal health death rates compared to the national average.
And our Black Green is live in Atlanta.
It's the second richest black county in the country. Has a higher maternal death rate than the rest of the country. The second
Wow.
richest black county in the country.
How do you explain
There's
that?
no,
That's
How
fucking
can
there's
we
no
wild.
blame the
fix.
doctors?
Yeah, they do blame the doctors. They say maternal medical racism or something. But my wife, she had preeclampsia and all that stuff. But I think it's just being black, having that high blood pressure during the pregnancy and these different complications. I think that just black women have those
Yeah,
because of
it's different maternal problems.
yeah, exactly. They have those problems, and I don't think it has anything to doctor. All the doctors and the nurses, they were fucking phenomenal at every hospital we went to.
Yeah.
And I think because of this, because they know about this, they were fucking phenomenal.
But
Yo,
I do also think
It's
it's a case of whatever you do, especially health wise, if you don't have kind of a lot and good advocates with you, you can get, I guess, roughshod into decisions that you don't want to make.
Yeah, well, she definitely didn't. My wife, she definitely didn't do nothing that she didn't
yeah.
want to do. She headstrong. So she was like, "Dog, we're not doing that. We're not doing this. We're not doing this." And
Right.
and like she stood by her guns, especially in that time. It's very hard to do that. She had a midwife though. She paid
Yo,
this lady to be the midwife and shit during the
mm, mm,
like during the pregnancy and to come to the hospital with her when she had the baby. So she did have her
man,
own
wait.
advocate, but the girl wasn't there half the time, so she had to do it. But here's the thing: black people, we just we everything, every difference, every disparity is blamed on racism. And they're not going to figure this out why black women have such why black babies or die or black mothers die more than other races um, if they keep
well,
blaming
you
on
know
race.
what? It, it's very ironic because they'll tell you race is a social construct, but also complain about these health discrepancies when, yeah, the answers to these questions could be solved if we
The
got
average
past the
black
whole
person
race is
doesn't know
social
what they
construct.
mean. They don't know what they means when they say social construct. They don't in their brain. You know how when you say blue, you can see the color blue, or you say car, you can vision a car. When a black person says social contract, they're not envisioning anything. It's just buzzwords that they heard from white people. They don't know what the fuck
I've heard
this
white people
means.
say it. I've never heard some people say that much.
They don't know what that means. The race is a social construct. Ask them a follow-up question. This is how you tell with sons. Always ask sons a follow-up question about the topic. And you'll be like, damn, they didn't know what the fuck they was talking about.
All right, now our focus on black maternal health takes us to Prince George's County, which has higher maternal health death rates compared to the national average.
And our Millette Green is live in Landon with a preview of a community baby shower being thrown by the Luminous Health Doctors Community Medical Center. Millette, good morning.
You see the pink and blue pom-poms shaking right behind me. They are so dedicated to addressing this crisis in the community and serving this community for 50 years. Luminous Health Doctors Community Hospital. This community baby shower is tomorrow from noon to 4 p.m. It's so important because
The hospital ain't nothing but black people in that fucking hospital.
You have the mentality of
saving lives in the community is what it's all about. Deneen Richmond is the president and here to talk about the commitment to maternal health here. So many years of dedication and new initiatives on the way.
Yes, one of our main new initiatives is making sure that women in Prince George's County will be able to have their deliveries and have their babies close to home. That matters so much because currently 8 out of 10 moms leave the county to have their baby.
We don't want them to have to do that, do we? No.
The richest black county, in the second richest in the country, they're leaving because the hospitals are better somewhere else.
Oh, not at all. We've got a mock-up of the baby shower set up from noon to 4 p.m. tomorrow. There will be big tents, so you won't get rained on. Tammy Oshioshe, Tammy put together the hard work and effort that will be serving the community tomorrow.
Yes, so in addition to the diapers and all the resources that I already mentioned, we also have been an education session that will talk about gestational diabetes, preeclampsia, postpartum depression.
See what I said? My wife had all that stuff during the pregnancy. Like during the pregnancy, she just got it during the pregnancy. It's like, how can that be racism? But here's the thing. There's that tether, man. She's a tether. They never gonna find the answers to this stuff because it's just racism. White people got to change what they're doing.
No, I
And
think
no matter
probably
what
they have
white
to
people
deliver differently.
Yeah, no matter what white people do, that's just not going to stop that. White people have been this way, been that way, go that way, and that shit gonna still be the same thing.
And sorry, just a quick comment. For DG, it's aluminium, not aluminum.
Is the News 4 Rundown.
The polar opposite of a fantastic Friday as we take a look at Storm Team 4 radar tonight. Look at all that rain. And it's been raining all day. It's been dreary. And we are not drying out quite yet. Thanks for joining us for the News 4 Rundown for this Friday, April 11th. I'm Un Yang, and you are?
Chief Meteorologist Doug Kammerer.
That's right, Doug. But when can we expect this rain to finally let up? Look at all this.
That's a nasty picture.
Yeah.
And we put it on the biggest monitor we had because, that just
like
got
the whole fucking news. Let me see. Everyone continue to hit the like button, man. Continue to smash that like button, man. Continue to smash that like button.
Maryland family tonight is desperate for answers after their 23-year-old son was discovered dead on the beach during their vacation to the Bahamas. Police there say the young man drowned, but they worry there may have been foul play. News 4's Jessica Albert spoke with the victim's family and friends tonight. They're calling for witnesses to come forward.
A recording studio, a little quieter tonight.
It just broke down, honestly. He was really young, and it's just
it's just devastating.
Location Studios in Brentwood, Maryland, lost one of its talented audio engineers, Denari McAlmont. His coworker, Oliver Franklin, says McAlmont worked there for the last year, producing music.
But in that year, he was somebody that, I talked to him every day. He was always obviously in the studio, and it was just crushing.
McAlmont and his parents live in Bowie. They flew to the Bahamas for vacation Friday. Less than a day into the trip, his aunt tells News 4 the 23-year-old was found dead on the beach near his resort, Atlantis, Bahamas. We spoke with her by phone.
We don't have answers. We don't really know, but it's very frustrating. Seems as though everything is being pushed under the rug.
Bahamian police say an autopsy showed McAlmont drowned. They do not suspect foul play, but his family has questions. The police told them there was some type of issue at a restaurant before McAlmont's body was found.
So the Southern man went over there and probably acted like a Southern man in the United States and got dealt with, man. Got dealt with.
He spat on
Yeah, don't leave the resort.
and ran through a door.
And McAlmont's aunt says his mother told her when she went to see his body, authorities would only show her a photo. She said it looked like McAlmont had been beaten. They also question why no surveillance video has been released.
But we're just here in the dark. We really need some help, some eyewitness, somebody to come forward and help us to just solve this puzzle.
We reached out to the resort to help them get some answers. They sent us a statement saying, "We are deeply saddened by the passing of one of our guests. Our condolences are with the guest's family and loved ones during this difficult time. The police authorities are carrying out an investigation of this tragic incident. We await the police's findings and will not comment on speculation." Denari's aunt tells me that the family is looking for an international attorney that can help them going forward. In Prince George's County, Jessica Alpert, News 4.
Now, News 4 spoke with McAlmont's father by phone today. He is still in the Bahamas. He declined to be interviewed.
Jeez,
they said he spat on someone in the restaurant. So
yeah, I heard something about that. And that makes sense. I mean, he he's son, man. Yeah, that makes it. I believe that. So when I heard that, I was like, yeah, that sounds about plausible.
Tonight, a Maryland family desperately looking for answers after a tragic loss while on vacation. 23-year-old aspiring music producer Denari McAlmont was found dead on the beach at the Bahamas Atlantis Paradise Island Resort. They arrived at the sprawling, globally recognized vacation destination last Friday, but less than 24 hours into their trip, his aunt told NBC News Washington Denari was gone. The Royal Bahamas Police say a pathologist determined Denari's cause of death to be drowning, adding no foul play is currently suspected as the investigation continues. But his aunt says that doesn't add up.
We don't have answers. We don't really know, but it's very frustrating. Seems as though everything is being pushed under the rug.
His family saying they were initially told by police that there was an altercation at a restaurant before the death.
They said he spat on someone and ran through a door.
Denari's grief-stricken mother telling Bahamas Eyewitness News she was shown a photo of her son's body, and it didn't look like just a drowning.
My son was beaten. He was traumatized. His face is damaged. That tells me they beat my son down in that sand. I need justice for my baby. I need justice.
The Royal Bahamas Police not immediately responding to NBC News' request for comment on the family's allegations. Atlantis Paradise Island saying in part, our condolences are with the guest's family and loved ones during this difficult time, adding, we are fully cooperating with the investigation. Denari's disappearance is now the second high-profile case in recent years to raise concerns about police response in the Bahamas. Last June, a Chicago woman, Taylor Casey, went missing at a yoga retreat on the island. Her family accusing the police of mishandling the investigation and dragging their feet.
I need them on the island to act like it's their child that's missing.
Police at the time rejecting those allegations.
We used our drone technology. We used our canine. We've used our divers.
Today, Casey's whereabouts are still unknown. Meanwhile, Denari's family living their own nightmare as they demand more answers amid the heartache.
but we're just here in the dark. We really need some help, some eyewitness, somebody to come forward and help us to just solve this puzzle.
Kathy Park, NBC News.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Yo, Ike. Yes.
Any thoughts?
I think Americans should stop expecting other countries to be like America. They don't care as much. Especially if you're foreign. It's like, you died. Can you leave our resort now?
Mark Ishmael, I know you from down here, the islands. What do you think happened here, man? Yeah.
Yo, Ike, I'm gonna head out, but I wanted to say this. I thought you'd find this interesting. The point you made earlier about how something happens and they attribute it to racism. Well, look at this. I'll be quick. It's the paper from yesterday, right? It talks about Chicago police and hiring, right? They're trying to diversify the police here. But look what this says. A Tribune analysis of data from the city's HR found that white candidates submitted 29% of applications, but accounted for 41% of the officers hired. Among black applicants, that rate was nearly reversed, with those candidates submitting 41% of the applications, but accounted for 23% of those hired in the last 2 calendar years. So they're trying to say that it's because of racism. Now here we know that it's not because of racism. Funny enough, today I was reading the paper. Guess what happened with a black candidate applying, bro? So
What?
this king, this brother, right? He was going through a process. He did I guess they do a polygraph, right? And through this polygraph, they found out that in 2016 he committed a kidnapping, a robbery, and a rape. Think about that shit. So the paper was saying like that as they were talking to him, he gave he gave them an address he used to live at, right? I guess the officer, like, they doing a background investigation, and I don't know how he connected the dots, right? And that address being connected to that crime, right? So they started questioning him about it, and he confessed. Because he was, I guess, maybe under the polygraph, he felt pressure. Think about that. I mean, they're so desperate to diversify the police that they're letting motherfuckers kidnapping people in chief. That can't end well. You know who that can't end well for? That cannot end well for the brothers. Because if you're letting aggressive, dangerous people police and they gotta deal with brothers, they're gonna shoot these motherfuckers. I'll be safe, man.
Good night, man. Wow.
We are always investigating. Tonight, looking into social media posts claiming large groups of teens are expected to gather downtown tomorrow night. These so-called teen takeovers have a history of turning violent. Our Marissa Sulik is live at Millennium Park to explain what police are doing now to prevent it from getting out of hand. Marissa?
Joe, those posts say that takeover is expected to take place here at Millennium Park at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Of course, there is a chance that this doesn't materialize, but Chicago police say they are aware and are ramping up patrols.
These teen takeovers are the reason people are being sent to the hospital. So far this year, a 15-year-old boy was grazed by a bullet and a tourist shot in the arm.
It depends on how the police respond and the city respond in the early incidents.
Eugene Roy, former chief of detectives with the Chicago Police Department, says police need to have a plan in place for Friday's proposed takeover before more break out this summer as the weather warms up.
And to have that backup force in case things are larger than expected and start to get out of hand.
CPD says they have seen the rumors online. They sent us a statement that reads in part, "The Chicago Police Department is aware of the social media posts circulating. We will continue to monitor developments to ensure sufficient resources are in place to maintain public safety."
Parents need to know where their kids are.
Early Walker heads the nonprofit I'm Telling Don't Shoot. A couple years ago, he sent out texts to parents alerting them of possible teen takeovers. It's something Walker hopes to bring back this summer, but says parents need to take control.
If my kid's on social media, I'm on social media. You know, if my kid has a social media page, I'm on their social media page. I'm looking, I'm seeing who's following them.
Second Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins wants to change the curfew from 10 p.m. to 8 p.m. with a new city ordinance. Walker says he doesn't see much of a benefit.
I don't think that, in my opinion, CPD even has the manpower. And I mean, honestly and truly, it's not their job.
Chicago police says they will arrest teens and give curfew violations if needed. Roy says that is a waste of officers' time.
You want to prevent things. You don't want to be writing curfew tickets later.
Now, the earlier curfew proposal is expected to be brought up at a city council meeting next week. There is a curfew for minors here at Millennium Park that starts at 6 o'clock. They have to be with an adult after that point. CPS did send a letter out to parents tonight warning them about the possible takeover. We're live in Millennium Park. Marissa Sulik, CBS News, Chicago. Joe.
Thanks, Marissa.
Mr. Sunman, wake up. Mr. Sunman.
Yo, what?
It's not helping.
Just when fucking Wicked leaves.
Elise needs to wake up to end the stream because he's done 3 hours. So I'm sure it's a long slog this evening.
Yeah, it has been. Sometimes it's really hard to get a word in the discussion, but that's Friday nights for you.
Yeah.
All
And I
me-
realize that I end up interrupting a lot because I think it's just my delay as well.
Yeah, it happens. I don't know. Friday Night Lights. Fuck.
Mr. Sunman, wake up. No, he's gone, sleeping like the dead.
Mr. Sunman, bring me a dream.
I would sing, but I do not have sun vocals. I sound like a strangled cat when I sing, so I like singing. I can sing, but yeah. Oh, that wake you up. Okay.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Go ahead, drop a note on us, man.
I wanted to say, is it possible, like on a different show, if we could have an Instagram or social media presentation where we can just drop links and then you can show them, even if it's just for 20 minutes? Because what I find happening is I'll go on Instagram and I'll start saving stuff like, oh, Ag needs to see this. Oh, this would be so good for Ag.
Yeah, go ahead. Send it. Just put it in the back chat.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know KB and Mark Ishmael are in the back.
Okay.
And can I ask you?
Doug Chunks gifted 50 memberships. He just gifted.
Oh, shout out to Douglas Chunks, man. Douglas Chunks in the building, man. Shout out to Douglas Chunks. Salute to all you guys that's going to get these memberships, man. I need to do a members only to see how many of y'all are keeping up with your memberships, man. Return. Shout out to Douglas Chunks. Douglas Chunks in the building. Give him a round of applause, man. The doors will be unlocked, man. Deacons, unlock the doors, man, and open the drapes, man, and let people stretch their legs. Let the saints stretch their legs. Let's see. Sons of just Sons are just something else, man. Sons are something else.
Before we get started, please go over to Amazon.com and grab a copy of my book, Education and Justice. If you have an African American son in public school, you need this book because I teach you the many ways that public schools mistreat African American boys and what you can do to help your son. So go over there and get your copy immediately.
Where do you find
Hello,
this
everybody.
shit
I
at?
pray that you're doing well, and I pray that you have a fabulous week.
Oh,
All right,
Lord.
so the tragic death of Austin Metcalf, a white teenager from Frisco, Texas, has gained national attention. Police have arrested and charged 17-year-old, a black kid, Carmela Anthony, with his murder. First, my deepest condolences go out to the Metcalf family and their loved ones. Let's take a moment of silence to honor. This is pain for everybody
Austin.
who are involved in this matter. On
That
either
was just a
side.
disclaimer.
I've been here so many times. Now, my law
At this
practice
point,
is
it is,
based
yeah.
in Dallas County, which is just about 30 to 40 minutes south of Collin County, where this matter took place and where it will be adjudicated. I have personally and with other attorneys tried multiple murder cases, including one in Collin County in that very same courthouse. So I speak from both.
Where this court, this is not going to be, this trial is not going to be in Collin County. No way anybody gets a fair trial in Collin County after the exposure that this case got. But it is good to hear a Texas lawyer, a black Texas lawyer,
a legal and local experience. I bring that perspective to this. Now, let me talk a little bit about Collin County.
Uh-oh.
It is very different from Dallas County. It is an affluent suburban county. The median household income is about $127,000, and the median home value up there is about $475,000, and about 57% of the citizens in Collin County own their own home. So this is a very different county than Dallas County. Now, regarding the racial demographics, whites are about 50% of the population up there. Asians make up about 20% of the population. Hispanics make up about 16% of the population, and blacks around 11.5%. This is all based on census data. Now, in terms of the court system up there, Collin County is politically conservative, and it's often referred to as Trump country. So it is very red up there. It is the home of Ken Paxton, our Attorney General here in Texas. Now,
Isn't
that
like
said,
most of America
I've never
Trump
felt
country?
like when we've done cases up there, and we've done so many cases in Collin County, I've never felt like I or our client was mistreated in any way. We didn't feel like there was any racism going on. And we know, of course, racism is systemic. Is
Well, we were looking for it.
Yeah,
High and low.
This whole thing that there's no racism going on. Court is so boring. Court is very boring. It's just there's not enough time to care to act like this. This is the first time you've seen a black person. Like no one in court is shocked to see a black person in there charged with something anywhere on the God's green earth. No one has time to try to needle a black person or give it a little extra to a black person. None of that goes on anywhere. But he did follow up and say, we all know that racism is systemic. So basically, we didn't see any racism when we went to Collin County, but trust me, it's there somewhere. Yeah, it's there somewhere. It's in the system. So I don't have to show you. I don't have to give you anecdotes because it's in the system.
You know, the systems and the institutions of America. But again, as far as dealing with people personally and individually, I cannot say that I remember an incident in Collin County or in the Collin County courthouse where I felt singled out because of my race or my clients. That said, a young black defendant like Carmelo Anthony will face a jury pool, if his case goes to trial, that does not reflect his racial background.
And what does that matter? He's not being charged.
That's why America's a melting pot.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's being charged with his actions on that day. He's not being charged with being black.
It's the picking and choosing of just different. It's either context, it's either systemic racism. 1 minute it's not, 1 minute it is. It's the flip floppy. The flip floppiness
Yeah.
of it all is just it's ridiculous. Whatever they need to support their argument, suddenly they're against it. Suddenly they're for it. It's ridiculous.
He gave the racial demographics of the county, but yet he laments that the jury pool will probably be made up of the racial demographics of the county.
As if that's some sort of right you're guaranteed that your jury has to be the same color as you.
Right. And
Yeah,
he
because they
knows that-
believe it's
Yeah.
Sun first, American second.
But they
Like
know
them
that
being
sons-
American is so beneath the hierarchy.
But they know that sons, they could have something over here called Bronx juries. So the sons usually side with sons on juries. So that is a thing. It's called a Bronx jury.
Yeah, which is what I'm saying. They're saying if you put the son there, you should just whatever happens, he's a son. That's your hierarchy of support more than as an American he broke the law. So it doesn't matter what he is. Like, it's ridiculous, and it happens over here.
And that's going to be something that his legal team will have to deal with. The fact that most of the jury pool, the 65 folks who will come into their courthouse during their trial, and they're going to have to pick the jury from those 65 people, and they're not going to be heavily African American, like it would be if you were in Dallas, for example. All right?
Which is a crime-ridden hellhole.
Speaking of Carmelo's legal representation, his legal team, I don't know them personally, but one's name is Billy Clark, and the other one is Kim Cole. Billy Clark recently ran for judge. He was not elected, but he ran for judge. And Kim Cole is known for her work with several high-profile civil rights cases. Okay? So Carmelo is in capable hands. He has strong advocates, and I am certain that they're going to fight for him and give him the zealous representation that he is entitled to. Now, Carmelo is facing a murder charge, right,
Stupid
under
motherfucker.
Texas law. And since he is 17 years of age, he's automatically treated as an adult, and this will not be a juvenile case. He will be treated as an adult in
As he
adult
should.
court. However, prosecutors must present his case to a Collin County grand jury so that the grand jury can review the evidence in this case and determine whether there is probable cause to indict Carmelo. Okay? Just because there is a pending murder charge doesn't mean that the grand jury is going to indict him. But based on all that I've read, they likely will find probable cause to issue what we call a true bill of indictment. Now, there is an arrest record that has been made public, an arrest report, and I want you to remember that that is not final and it's not evidence. It is the investigation that the police and likely detectives did in this case, but that's not evidence. That's not evidence. It's biased. It's the police's perspective. It's the state's perspective. Moreover, the report itself is what we call hearsay. And what's in it is hearsay. So it's what we call double hearsay. All right, so it does not come in
He's
the
reaching.
trial unless it's used for some other reason than to prove the truth of the matter asserted. If prosecutors want to use the report to prove the truth of the matter asserted, it should not come in. But they can use it for other reasons. For example, if one of the police officers who is mentioned in the report needs his or her memory refreshed, then the prosecutors can use it that way, for example. All right, but they cannot use it to prove the truth of the matter asserted. That would be a hearsay violation. All right, now,
They have a
I actually want to
video.
go to the arrest report and I want to read a few things from it. Okay? Let's go over there. So here we have Carmelo Sincere Anthony, age 17. He is 5'9". He weighs 130 pounds. So he's a small kid. He's a small,
Oh,
skinny
thanks.
little
Thanks.
kid. Okay, I'm sorry that he's in this situation, and I'm certainly sorry that the Metcalf lost a son. This is tragic all the way around.
Even the
So we
sympathy,
see
Carmelo
here that
goes
Carmelo
first.
is charged with
It's
murder
crazy.
under Texas Penal Code 19.02. All right, and we're going to talk about what that means in just a moment. But right now, I want us to read a few things that I have highlighted here. On April 2nd, 2025, at 10:01 hours, that's 10 o'clock in the morning, I, Staley School Resource Officer E. Cortez, heard over the radio dispatch call out a stabbing call at David Kuykendall Stadium. FPD, that's Frisco PD, call notes indicated that an athlete was stabbed. The suspect was reported as being a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants. Now, I want to show you something here that may not mean anything, but it stood out to me when I read this. So just underscore that he made a note that the suspect is a black male. I immediately left my office and ran across the Staley Middle School
Fuck is this
parking
guy talking about?
lot towards a southwest entrance into the stadium. As I entered the stadium, two high school age students
He's reading the
informed me
report.
that the victim was on the north end of
He's full
Is
of
this
Stadium
a
shit.
real
High
one, or
He's
is this
so
one of the
full of
in the
fake
shit.
ones that they've been
Memorial
putting out?
High School tent.
This is
This is the
real.
real report.
But he is so full of shit. Like, he has a
Yeah.
problem with the policeman identifying the suspect. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. So they know who to go grab. Like, I don't understand. And as a lawyer, you gotta be you can't be that like juvenile as a lawyer. Like this guy's supposed to be a professional lawyer, man.
Where'd he get his law degree? Clown College?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. Um,
Well, he couldn't even say athlete properly, so.
Zealous.
he said
Zealous.
athlete.
Athlete.
Can I ask you something real fast?
Go ahead.
Now you said that going back to what we were talking about earlier, I know it's off topic now, but that you said like they say race is a social construct. Now, what would your counter to that be? Like
I
just
would I would just that race is in the social construct. I would just say like uh the the inheritable differences between the race. What we know as race, what we know is blacks as you would call it, and whites and Asians. The differences are inheritable and
Obvious.
they're obvious. Yeah, like there's nothing you can do about even if you don't call a black person a black person. Let's just say we get rid of race, right? And tomorrow we don't call any race by its name. J. Reddick isn't the devil because he look like, um, or this coach isn't let's just put it like this, right? We don't consider anything by race tomorrow. Tomorrow we don't. Everybody's just people, right? They're all people. We're just one within like by 12 o'clock that day. We're gonna need to fucking describe each other. You know what I'm saying? By noon, something's gonna happen. Hey, what happened? Some dude just rear-ended me. What did he look like? He was a human being. Okay. Well, we can't help you. Look, he had fucking dreads and a big bell pepper nose and big ass lips, and he was dark skinned. Okay. So you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, this whole saying that deconstructing race, you're gonna construct it the same day you deconstruct it, because people need to describe things the way in you know.
I remember hearing about like how they tried to reprogram AI to not discriminate by race. So then, like, where are all the crimes committed? Oh, they're committed in places where they sell menthol cigarettes, or where the liquor stores are at, or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
they try to make AI colorblind, but it was still pointing in the
yeah,
sun's direction.
exactly,
But like,
exactly.
they're saying like race wasn't invented until the 16th century or something like that. I'm like, race
Yeah,
was just a way to classify differences. The differences were there, just the classification didn't exist. But just because it
it
wasn't
wasn't.
classified, that doesn't mean that the differences didn't exist.
Yeah,
That's
most
my
places
counter.
were homogeneous though. Most places were
Yeah,
homogeneous before the 16th century.
I was going to say that. I mean, if you're in England, you don't need to describe yourself. Like literally, their demarcations were literally Protestant versus Catholic at that time because
Exactly.
everyone was white, so race wouldn't come into play or
Or
ethnicity
Scottish and
rather.
Irish, you know what I mean? Or
Exactly.
Anglo-Saxon and Celtic, yeah. It was
Yeah,
by ethnic group, but
ethnicity
not by
wouldn't come
race.
into play.
Ethnicity would, but not race, because
Yeah.
ethnicity is a subgroup of race, yeah, subclassification.
Yeah, man. Like this black guy who crashed his helicopter into the Hudson Bay the other day.
Good evening.
It's like, okay, they talked a lot about DEI pilots and the crash at the Reagan National earlier was a woman. This one is a black guy.
But
It's
can I
like,
also say that? Oh, sorry.
go ahead,
But
go ahead.
can I also say this? Like, you guys say that race is a social construct, but then you go around shouting Black Pride, or like then you're taking pride in that very thing that you claim is a social construct. It doesn't make any sense.
None of it makes sense.
Well,
Yeah,
it does. They pick and choose.
That's what
That's what I
Pantheon
said
was
earlier.
saying. Yeah, that's what
They pick and choose.
no, that it's widely known they contradict themselves and they're hypocrites. But
Well,
that
I
much is
mean,
obvious.
yeah, I mean, son's a hypocrite. Yeah, definitely.
Good evening. I'm Micah Mater.
I'm Ray Cortopassi.
We are following breaking news out of New York City. Family members telling WGN the pilot killed in yesterday's deadly helicopter crash is from the Chicago area.
36-year-old Sean Keith Johnson had recently relocated to New York, and WGN's Angelica Sanchez joins us live from the vertiport in Chicago with the very latest now. Angelica?
Ray and Micah, we're learning that Sean Keith Johnson began his aviation career shortly after his service with the U.S. Navy. His wife telling us that right now loved ones are working on bringing his body home to Chicago, where he will be laid to rest. Divers continue their search on the Hudson River, the site of Thursday's deadly crash.
The wreckage exam began this morning. Our team began pulling components and the engine off the wreckage and other components that they would like to more closely examine.
The sightseeing helicopter flew from the west side of Manhattan around 3 p.m. Thursday, the flight lasting less than 20 minutes before breaking apart midair. WGN has confirmed the pilot killed was Chicago native Sean Keith Johnson. He was 36 years old. His wife telling us over the phone loved ones are now trying to figure out how to bring his body back home to Chicago, where they plan to lay him to rest. Johnson transitioned to aviation after a career in the Navy.
I even tried to call him and it goes straight to voicemail. Straight to his voicemail.
One of our former WGN Skycam pilots was friends with Johnson. He says the two met at Chicago Vertiport when Johnson worked for Fly Heli. He describes Johnson as someone with an incredible sense of humor and a great person to have a conversation with.
Good guy, just funny guy to me.
In a statement online, the flight's operator, New York Helicopter, says it is profoundly saddened by the tragic accident and loss of life, adding that the safety and well-being of passengers and crew has always been the cornerstone of our operations.
The New York Police Department is still diving for components and pieces of the helicopter that we are still looking to recover. Those include the main rotor, the main transmission, the roof structure, and the tail structure, and we appreciate all of their hard work.
The Spanish family killed on board have also been identified as 49-year-old Agustin Escobar, his 39-year-old wife Merce Montal, and their 3 children, 4-year-old Victor, 8-year-old Mercedes, and 10-year-old Augustine. Friday would have been Mercedes' 9th birthday. And the National Transportation Safety Board says that they have 17 people at the crash site, and that includes 10 investigators. Right now, they say that they will not be speculating on the cause of the crash, as it is much too soon in their investigation. Live outside Chicago's Vertiport, Angelica Sanchez, WGN News.
Thank you, Angelica.
The helicopter fell apart.
I was going to say the propeller fell off. Self-explanatory, but I did want to ask because on the earlier clips just before I joined, Ak had the guy's Facebook, and it said he was moving to New York for more training. So I want to know how many hours he had done before he was allowed to carry people.
I think I did say something about that. About him online. They said he was a Navy SEAL, but he wasn't a Naval SEAL. He was a Navy SEAL support unit. So like even the lies just came in immediately. He's a Navy SEAL. Like no, he's in the Navy SEAL support unit. Well, he was in the
Converted to aviation. So it wasn't even that he's like an Air Force pilot who switches to commercial. Like he started aviation brand new.
Yeah, I thought that
How
was
many
funny.
hours had he done before he's now allowed to be carrying people on tours?
In the Navy SEAL support unit, he could have been a chef.
Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. But he killed those people and himself too. I'm sure he didn't want to die, but I was looking online for something about him. It I had saved. I thought I had saved it. There was something about him.
Because if he's still training, he should not have been carrying people, especially if he's just a solo pilot for 5 people. Like that's insane.
Yeah, and that also just a brutal. Like this family comes from Spain, and I know when they saw the helicopter pilot, he was black. I know they were like, just with everything that's going on in the United States with DEI. If you're from another country, you hear, oh, they're doing DEI with their pilots and shit. You know what I'm saying? You
Eso
don't know too
negro.
much about it. Yeah, you don't know everything about it, but you know the U.S. news. Oh, they had a big thing about DEI. They're looking for race and ethnicity and sexual orientation primarily, and whether you can fly the aircraft secondarily. And you pretty much don't know more than that, but you know that that's pretty much one of the issues going on in the United States. You come over here with your family, you buy a ticket on a helicopter. You're waiting in the fucking in the what do you call it, the I guess what they call it, the heliport. And then they're like, all right, it's your turn. You ready for your flight? And this fucking you come out to the helicopter and some goddamn Negro sitting in the fucking pilot seat. And you're like, oh fuck. I mean, let's just be honest, man. If you're just somebody from the other country and you didn't know too much about everything, you didn't know that like black pilots fly planes all the time. You know what I'm saying? That We didn't have a major airline crash for 15 years, right, in America. So a commuter plane for 15 years, and there were plenty of black pilots flying those. But I'm sure, like when people see a black pilot, they kind of like think like, damn, is this person here because they can fly the plane, or are they here to check some fucking box? And then as the helicopters goes down and they're plummeting into the fucking ground, I know they were like, fuck. I wish I would have just told them, nah, we you know what? On second thought, we're not going to take this flight. We have emergency. We have something else we have to do. You know, but people are so polite. People are so polite. People really don't do shit like that in real life. People just kind of like go along with whatever. Um, I feel bad for that family though. I feel very bad for that family, man. Um, Fucking crazy, man. Somebody, if you're talking, you're very low. Yeah, where is he at? There he is. Here he is. Right here. Let me show y'all him. He was he posted this to his Instagram or something last week. This shit right here.
Yeah, I just want to know his hours. That's just what
That's the
I'm.
new. Wait, what's that?
No, I just want to know his hours. How many hours he had done? Because again,
Right.
if you're still in training, taking five, what do you call them? Civilians. Taking five civilians. I don't understand it.
It
Here's the
says it
thing.
ran
They
out of
say
fuel.
but that is pilot error, though. That's pilot
Of
error.
course.
If the fucking thing runs out of fuel,
I mean, look, if anything goes wrong with that, that's his helicopter. I mean, his life is in danger. He should be
15 minutes
checking to
into
make
the
sure
flight.
everything's tightened.
oh, this one says the community note says the helicopter experienced a mechanical issue causing it to break apart. It did not run out of fuel. The pilot had radioed ahead to say he needed to refuel once he landed before the next tour. He did not run out of fuel, and this was not the cause of the crash. So it says, okay, okay. So it said it didn't run out of fuel. Uh, Damn. Look at this beautiful family. This is them right before they got on there. Wow.
Would you rather go, or like your whole family goes, or would you rather like half of you survive, or half of you are left?
Yeah, half of love. Yeah, that's his whole legacy. Like whatever he did, whatever he or she did in life, their whole legacy is just gone. Poof, just like that. They never existed. Poof.
Yeah, but then if your wife and then one child remains, like the grief and stress of it,
So
instead of
yeah,
everyone going to.
but at least you left something behind, man.
Mhm.
Less death is always better than more death. You know what I'm saying? Shit, less death is always more than more death. Shit, this is something though. Like I've never wanted to do this. I've never been like, I've never been like, yeah, let's go to New York and get on a helicopter and fly around and look at this. I'm sure it's great, but you can see that now. Now they have videos. You can see all that stuff in videos. You can watch videos of helicopter or the view of New York from that site, or you can just when you're on a plane, you just look out the window as you're coming into one of the airports.
You know what? You're better off doing a hot air balloon.
Yeah,
Helicopters are dangerous as fuck.
yeah. But there's so many helicopter flights that don't crash. It's very rare if you consider the amount of
Aren't
flights.
aren't hot air balloons almost like a 1 out of 10 crash? Like their crash potential's massive.
Well, you wouldn't want to do it in New York City. You'd go to like Wyoming or something.
Kansas.
Here he is, right here. Sean Johnston, 36, a former Navy gunner's mate, a Navy gunner's mate who worked protecting VIPs, was identified as the pilot of the tourist helicopter that crashed Thursday, killing him in the Spanish Siemens executive's family. Spanish Siemens executive's family. Okay. So he's a Siemens executive in his family. Damn. Damn. Johnson's widow, Catherine, with a Y. Okay, so he had a white girl. Um, said, I'm just at a loss for words. I don't know what happened. Mm, damn. RIP to that
Any
brother, man.
potential against the CEO? Any conspiracy potential for the Siemens CEO or no? They took him out, possibly. His family were collateral.
Oh no, nah. You don't have to kill people like that. You don't have to. You don't have to kill people publicly like that, man. You just like here it is. Is this it? Oh shit! This is the flight. Damn. Somebody was videotaping it. Oh shit! It does. Oh, it looks like he's having trouble. He was experiencing trouble. Did that first dip? Look at this first dip. It looked like he was experiencing. Oh, the horror. That's the horror, man. He's experiencing trouble, man. He was having some kind of trouble, and then the plane just broke apart, and then it just broke it. He probably tried to straighten it out, and it probably like broke apart because he was trying to like jerking it against the G forces and shit or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what this shit.
No, it's probably a good call, Lock.
Yeah. Damn. That sucks, man. That sucks. That sucks, man. Was this hold on? Was that? Oh, this is a different video. That's 2019. They fucking you can't trust shit on the um fucking that video from 2019.
No, I thought you'd seen the crash video. Like it hits the water.
Yeah, I did. I thought that was a different one. I thought that was a
Oh,
different
okay.
view. Wow. Mm. Oh shit. Damn. Black people don't need to fight white people.
Well, they're not going to die,
Man.
hopefully.
Yeah.
What the hell are we watching? What's this?
Jesus. I put two fucking crates there. That's crazy. Trying to land without landing here. All those guys deserve hazard pay, man.
I was going to say we have to acknowledge the insane skill of this pilot. That's pretty cool.
Jeez. Oh man, poor family, man.
Almost like they've done this before.
Mm, mm, poor people, man. Mm, wow. This is one of the saddest photo photos ever taken. Yeah. Let's see if they talking about DEI and this shit. Mm, oh man, and that. All right. Well, he said Augustin Escobar, the CEO of rail infrastructure at Siemens Mobility, was on the helicopter with his family for a sightseeing tour in New York City. The family was visiting from Spain. It was on a tourist helicopter flight when it crashed into the Hudson River. Mm. The pilot of the helicopter that crashed, he said, wow. One post claimed the pilot was flying the helicopter too aggressively and it broke apart. I don't know. Damn. See, here we go, DEI.
Oh, the next video down's crazy with that
Oh
crash. Have you
yeah,
seen that one?
yeah. I seen that one. It was just fucked up, man. He just fucked up, man. Um, what the fuck? Pennsylvania judge convicted of trying to execute her sleeping boyfriend by shooting him in the head. I remember this one.
Last year, February 2024, prosecutors saying McKnight was the only person who could have shot her ex-boyfriend, Michael McCoy, in that home. McCoy said he could not see when he woke up in excruciating pain during the overnight hours of February 10th. He couldn't tell who shot him, but he was adamant that he did not shoot himself. And to his knowledge, McKnight was the only other person in the home when he went to bed. We heard from Cumberland County District Attorney Sean McCormack just shortly ago about the case. He was prosecuting to help avoid any conflicts of interest with county and state law enforcement.
I think what I talked about in my closing is using your common sense. That's what I urge the jurors to do. There were two people in that house and only two people in that house. And one of them, the one who was shot, said he did not shoot himself. The logical conclusion is the other person did it.
The McKnight was led out of the courtroom.
It was
after
self-defense.
The verdict was
Right.
read in
He was
handcuffs.
snoring
She
too
was being
loud,
taken
man.
to the Dauphin County prison as she had her bail raised to $3 million after the convictions occurred earlier today. A sentencing is set for May. However, her defense attorney indicated that he intends to appeal the verdict that came out of court today. He said that he simply just does not agree with what prosecutors argued and that McKnight did not shoot McCoy. But again, she will face sentencing in May and was taken to the Dauphin County prison.
Damn. Good. Lock
Why are
her ass up.
people incapable of splitting up? Because that's the boyfriend. That's not even a husband. The most she would have had is an eviction order for him.
Mm.
At one point, we were walking through it is an amazing tour of the whole house. And I don't remember exactly what we
Power
were
went to her
talking
head.
about, but it must have been something with the 2020 election, because I know he used the word lost. And I distinctly remember saying, wow, I never thought I'd hear you say that. He didn't get mad. He's much more self-aware than he lets on in public. Look, I get it. It doesn't matter who he is at a private dinner with a comedian. It matters who he is on the world stage. I'm just taking as a positive that this person exists, because everything I've ever not liked about him was, I swear to God, absent, at least on this night with this guy. Bob, Kid Rock, told me the night before, he said, if you want to get a word in edgewise, you're going to have to cut him off. He'll just go on. Not at all. I've had so many conversations with prominent people who are much less connected, people who don't look you in the eye, people who don't really listen because they just want to get to their next thing, people whose response to things you say just doesn't track, like, what? None of that with him. And he mostly steered the conversation to, what do you think about this? I know, your mind is blown, so's mine.
That's such a pretentious, arrogant thing to say. Liberals, they don't realize how pretentious and arrogant they are. Like, they're talking about him as if like they're shocked that he's has human qualities that they don't have. You know what I mean? Like, oh my God, he has human qualities. Oh my God. Like, it's such a arrogant thing to think of. And most liberals are pieces of shit. They're horrible human beings. And they're so judgmental.
It's kind of the qualification.
Oh my God. I couldn't hear you.
I said, oh yeah, like, it's kind of the qualifications. Do you hear that?
Barely. Oh yeah, they're gonna beat the shit out of this little girl. Beat the shit out of that Asian girl. You can always tell when a video is gonna end with blacks beating the shit out of somebody. Um, December 2015, his name is Logan Tipton, a 6-year-old white child stabbed to death as he slept by a black male in a random attack in an 80% white community. You'll never hear Silent Night the same way again. The murder of 6-year-old Logan Tipton by a black male has no motive. Mm. Damn, look at this shit. Why did she get to just beat his ass?
Goddess Miss Trigger Happy.
Damn. Just so she can see this nigga. She wanted him to pay for her meet and greet with this guy, Lil Boosie. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Stupid. Oh my God. Mm, mm, mm.
Like this, bitch, you ain't sucking dick enough. You ain't sucking dick enough.
Holy shit.
Absolutely not. and the
Oh
fire
yeah.
alarm as well. Like,
Ariel Robinson, a black leftist who talks extensively about white privilege and how evil white people are. She and her husband adopted an innocent white child and beat her to death. The media is silent. That's just weird though. Like if you're a black leftist, pro black, if you could adopt a child, why not adopt a black child? Like, but they adopted a white child and beat her to death. Maybe that's why. Mm, damn, people are sick. Leftists are sick. This is Warsaw. Where's Warsaw? Germany?
Poland.
Huh? Poland? Oh yeah,
Poland.
Poland. They don't have
Oh yeah, that's because in the mid 2000s, all of the men came to the UK. They all came to the UK to work, then took their money back home to help develop their country.
Oh wow. Look at that shit. No fucking desert demons anywhere. Or any fucking goddamn suns. Look how fucking safe it is and shit. It's safe.
Oh, S Freak is back in the back chat.
The thing about this too, these type of things right here, is that gliders have to be perfect, right? So like if anything ever happens, black people are like, see, look, white people crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like if anything, if white people have to have a perfect score. You know what I'm saying? They have to have a perfect score.
Oh yeah, of course, and they'll admit the fact that yes, that's why gliders have police and jails for their own people as well. They acknowledge
Exactly.
that they naturally have bad people in their community and they're dealing with it. What they can't handle is sun people and desert demons and everyone else.
Right.
You know,
I just want.
my
Go ahead, KB.
brother's actually adopted from Poland, and I might have to just dip out and go back there with him.
I'm telling you, man.
He got his citizenship actually, like last 5 years.
Yeah,
No.
you should try and
Look
get
at
a house there or something.
look at the women. The women are comfortable. Women are comfortable. They look at this strut. This woman's just strutting. She's so comfortable.
But you know something that they're not going to talk about is there's no juice crew in the higher levels of government.
Mm.
They were all kicked out during communism and all that shit. That's
Oh
another good
wow.
point that needs to be made. Yeah.
Oh okay. Mm. Wow. This fucking prick. Yeah, get this guy out of here. This fucking idiot. Um. Wow. Mm, mm, mm. That is beautiful, man. God damn, I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. This is London. Jeez.
Hey, Pantheon.
Yeah.
Do you think there's any hope for the UK?
No, it's done. I mean, I've said that. I have consistently said that since I joined this panel.
But like you know, 80% of the population is still mostly glider. It's mostly gliders.
Yeah, but we just saw gliders protesting for Palestine.
Exactly.
You,
And this is
you
where
also you also have to understand the gliders you have in the country, and they are not. It's a bit like America. The subset that are nationalistic and love their country, they're being like Tommy Robinson. They're being locked up. They're being, ostracized, all sorts. It's why I keep saying to everyone in the chat, if you want to go to the UK or Europe, you need to do it as soon as possible, because it's already on a decline, but you will still see kind of some pockets of what it used to be, but it's turning. There are hijabs, niqabs, everything, everywhere, Muslim thing everywhere, desert demons everywhere. We have a desert demon mayor. We have all the other cities have desert demon mayors. It's just done. So yeah, Europe's done, but it was nice
So
whilst it lasted.
there's no hope for the world now because now that all the glider countries are fucked.
Well,
Is that what
no,
you're saying?
because the other big thing is that the desert demons have already outbred us. I mean, we've had Mohammed as our top boy name for the past decade.
So the whole planet's fucked. Yeah.
Yes. Because
yeah.
gliders were always outnumbered from the beginning. It's just you had the better system, which the world adopted. But now the people who you colonized and brought all these things to are fully aware of the fact that you are outnumbered and you're not breeding. They are. They have a completely different religious cultural system to you, which they are implementing in your own countries. Like you have nothing.
Yeah, and listen, they destroy everything. Like they're destroying stuff is kind of like building for gliders. The way gliders build, these people destroy.
Yeah,
So these people,
dismantle.
yeah, they're going to like that thing ain't gonna be standing. That Eiffel Tower is not gonna be standing in 50 years.
Of course not, because if the for the pure fact that they're even allowed to get that close to do whatever they're doing,
Yeah,
the pure fact that France and Paris allows them to get that close to the Eiffel Tower to do whatever cultural thing they say they must need to do, like Paris has already lost.
yeah. They'll say that like that offends Muhammad or something like that, or that's a false god or something, and they'll take that Eiffel Tower right down. Um, yeah,
So
this is
so if that happens, the gliders are completely done. The Asians are going to be the dominant race in the planet.
mm,
You think so? I think so because they're the only ones that can build.
right,
Yeah,
right.
and
That's
you
true.
have to hope it's the sweet and sour Asians, not the curry ones.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then but if that happens, the other races are going to be fucked because they're going to come to the Asians.
they're
The
brutal. Yeah, the
Asians.
Braves are brutal.
That's what I'm saying. Like they'll wipe them out. Like you don't think the Chinese are probably like making viruses against them? They're
Now
already
Asians will
fucking.
put you in camps. They'll just put you in camps. They'll just turn you into slaves. The Asians
No,
don't have altruism. They don't have an altruistic bone in their bodies.
well, they do, but towards their own, they're ethnocentric.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
But
but
also
not, that's what I'm,
the fighter Asians, like the where Genghis Khan, wherever he's from, like the north bit of China and that region. The
Mongolia.
other, like Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, they're all Muslim. So you've kind of lost them with the religious aspect.
Yeah, like this guy right here. He his what's going on in his brain. This is what gliders don't understand. Like he's not just different than you the way the way he looks. His brain is calculating in processing stimuli differently. Like he sees the world completely differently than the glider. Gliders just that's going to be one of the things that gliders, um, as it's kind of like as they as they watch all this unravel, and as it's it's too late, realize it's too late. It's kind of like the clocks, a team that's down by 30 with like 2 minutes left, and all the starters are on the bench, and they're like looking at the
Let's send our best player out now. It's like the game's done.
yeah, it's like
You've
yeah,
lost.
but then you realize what you did wrong, and it's like what you did wrong. This guy processes the world completely different than you do.
Yeah, because for example, so he probably doesn't speak a lick of French. He's bred in France, so he probably has four gremlins, in the French system. They're speaking French. They can translate for him. They are getting everything from the French state that they can. They're still in communication with Pakistan or wherever they're from. But on a census, France is like, oh yeah, they've assimilated. It's like they have not assimilated. They
Yeah,
probably don't even know the French national anthem. They know nothing about French culturally except what they need to
right.
get to maintain themselves in France.
And if he's not inbred, right? Let's just say he's not inbred. A close relative on his family tree was inbred. So he's
Of
got like
course.
chromosomes that are like, mishmashed and fucked up and scrambled and shit. And he's prone to, uh, anger and violence and, stalking and controlling behavior on a level that the typical glider wouldn't be able to fathom. You know what I mean? When you just, what I'm saying? Like, this guy is, yeah, he's
Yeah,
different
I mean,
than
I mean,
me.
I'll just put it this way: even in glider warfare, there was still respect. You have the famous Christmas Day thing between the British and the Germans when they paused fighting to play football, and then in the
Right.
evening went back. There was still respect between, okay, you guys aren't fighting, we're not. These people do not understand any like constraint.
No.
They're parasites. Once they're in, you're done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
but
can't.
they're gonna turn against the Juice Crew, and the Juice Crew doesn't realize that.
The Juice Crew wanted them in Europe. Like who's
I I
funneling them?
I know that, but like I'm saying, if the gliders are done and these guys are the majority, they're not going to take orders or from the Juice Crew. Like, how are the Juice Crew going to rule over them? They're shooting themselves in the foot.
Mm.
It's
Am I
Game of
right?
Thrones, man. It's Game of Thrones. The Juice Crew used them for what they needed to use them for, and they'll figure it out later. Like, Juice Crew also knows that they're smarter than these people. Like, they're like 20 IQ points smarter than these people, which is a huge number. You know what I mean? That's like, it's impossible for a group to rule another group that they are that lower IQ. It's almost impossible. Um, the only way they could rule over the Jews, it's impossible. So the Jews will always um, be able to rule over these people, but they're going to be these people are a thorn because of their religion. That damn religion makes them a thorn because that religion is makes you so
It's a one-track
loyal.
mind.
Yeah, loyal to that religion. Yeah, but yeah, this is when I look at that guy, I know he doesn't see the world. I know he's different than me, and the fact that Glide and I'm a sun man, and y'all supposed to be the least smartest person on the planet. But gliders, y'all are so smart. Like this dude right here don't see nothing like I see it.
Lyda saw him and said, "Oh, I'm saving his life. I'm going to allow him to make his life economically better in my country. I'm going to bring him over, his cousins, allow him to breed, do everything. And I am a good human being for allowing that."
Yeah,
And this guy was like, "Oh, these gliders are idiots. I'm going to take them
yeah,
for everything they're worth, and I don't have to
exactly,
assimilate. I don't have to do anything."
exactly, exactly. That's what he saw when he saw them. Like you're fools, and a lot of times gliders don't understand this. Um, when people see you as stupid, they hate you too. Like like bullies, when they look at their mark as being stupid, they look as you this your idiocy, your foolishness is contemptible. It's not like
Naivete, yeah.
it's not cute. Yeah, it's contemptible.
Yeah,
That
because
you
a
should,
lot of it is like, if I was in your shoes, I would never allow another group to come in, and here you are just allowing us to come in,
Yeah,
thinking you're doing something right.
yeah. They contempt. They have contempt for you. So they would most likely after the contempt comes slavery with them. So like their slavery is almost like woven into their genome. So gliders, the next thing gliders can expect is slavery. We
Especially
could get
because they
into
love
that.
your women. So
Yeah, we could get into that another day. But
yeah.
like, you guys were slaves not within the 19th century. It's like you guys were slaves to these people within the 19th century. I mean, 20th century, the 1900s. Like, you guys were slaves. That's why what you call it was created. The Marines were created. That's why um, all the coastal towns were abandoned in Europe because these people were slave raiders. Um, yeah, you guys didn't even make it 100 years of Jesus Christ. It goes to show you that gliders need hard times. They need hard times, but if they're problem solving, uh, quickly makes those hard times good times.
But yeah, so roundabout answer as freak, Europe is done. So
Yeah.
again, my plea to everyone in the chat, if you want to see Europe, have never been, these are like your last years to go.
Wow.
I'm sorry, but it's like Spain, and like they were under Islam for hundreds of years, and it was Reconquista. You know what I mean? Like, there's no hope for Reconquista or anything like that.
But who've they let back
Yeah.
in? Like who's in Spain right now? Like between the Africans and the new Muslims that have come, like who's there?
And hundreds of years is a long time. You just throw hundreds of years around like it's nothing. Hundreds of years is a long fucking time.
But I'm saying it could happen now sooner because of dissemination of information. People are
Right.
protesting in Europe. Like, you
They're
know what I mean? Like,
protesting, but the ones who get thrown in prison are the ones saying we want our countries back. We don't want these people here. They're not assimilating. They haven't assimilated. Send the criminals back, and they're being thrown in prison. But
Yeah.
we have had on nearly every weekend in London. We have had since October the 7th. We have had those big protests nearly every weekend, and those guys are not arrested. But the Tommy Robinsons, like England First, Back Britain, all of those, they get arrested. Like we are now, we've heard more about two-tier policing in the UK over the past year than ever before because it's now so obvious. They arrest the ones who love the country, the ones who don't love the country. They're free for 4, 5, 7 hours to protest. So yeah, those people exist, but the same glider systems are putting their own people in prison and allowing all these gremlins to just roam.
it's mind-boggling how the police just randomly follows orders like that. Like, but it's mind-boggling.
Yeah,
Well,
and
it's not
one
because
man.
your systems are amazing, but they're amazing for you. They were not meant to be extended to all these extra populace of the world. And
Right.
that's where your system trips you up because it's like, oh no, we have to arrest disturbers of the peace. But if it was just gliders, you wouldn't have disturbers of the peace. Everything would be fine. But once you bring these desert demons in, your own system trips you up.
I'm very well aware of that, but I'm saying
Yeah.
it's amazing how the police and law enforcement arrest the patriots. Like, you know what I mean? And they just randomly, like, they just follow orders without thinking. I mean, I'm all familiar with Milgram's experiment and all that. I don't know
Yeah.
if you've ever heard of that or not, where 70% of people would follow orders, but
I don't even think they're following orders as far as like they're following the law. Like it's illegal to be mean to these people. So if you're a law enforcement officer, you're just enforcing the law. It's not like you're taking no orders from some covert, person that's trying to do. No, you're following. You've written it into the law. You gliders wrote it into the law that it's illegal to not be nice to these people. And then you have law enforcement officers who enforce the law.
Yeah, but they're
Again,
cowards.
no,
Yeah.
they're enforcing the law. Your dumbass has made a law where you can't be mean to these people. And when I'm saying, and you have to like them, like not even you can't be mean to, you have. It's illegal to not like them. And then you have law enforcement officers who enforce the laws. They write tickets for double parking. They arrest people for shoplifting, and they arrest people who don't like these people because that's also a law. The end. Great show, guys. Any final thoughts?
Fuck the Juice Crew.
Oh
F
shit!
the desert demons.
Yeah.
Scum of the planet. I'm sorry, but they are.
Salute to D from Boston, man. He says salute Oxford.
Islam is super gay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
exactly.
love kissing each other on the cheek as greetings. It's very odd.
The caliphate in the closet. We might have to go over that next show. Remind me, it's a book called The Caliphate in the
Oh,
Closet.
really?
I did.
Ah.
They have so much gay shit in there.
Oh, absolutely.
Same black time, same black channel. Out of here. Subscribe.